Yes. So can we have mic for the audience? Yeah, ma'am, you can continue. For the audience. In just 30 seconds.
Okay, ma'am. Actually, the idea was that in summer regions, like in India, in Kolkata, okay, what happening, they just feeling too much hot. So for the coolness, we just start up with the cooling jacket, okay. Then we thought about that it is bit huge and it is not for everyone, like different sizes are there. Then we come up with the cooling shoes, okay.
Okay.
So that is also a bit difficult for everyone. Then we come up with a small device like a mobile. You can put your back, okay, and the specified nerve is been cooled, that will cool the whole body. We just have a consultation with a doctor, MBBS doctor, and we just come up with the idea. That small device is there, like a mobile, you just put it over there, okay.
And yeah, so wonderful idea.
Okay, thank you.
How many customers you have interviewed to understand this problem?
Actually, in India, we just go to the colleges and some, finance bodies, okay. They said, okay, this idea is good, but how to put it? That is the problem.
No, so my question is, how many customers you have talked before started working on this idea?
Okay, we are around 100 people.
100 people.
Yeah.
Awesome, great. Can you hand over the mic to
Thank you,
everyone? Anybody else? Yeah, please pass on the mic. Just 30 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, so we are with the idea of transforming education through immersive learning, that is using augmented reality. So like I as a student prefer watching videos and learning through graphical representation than going through books, because it's a dizzy task to read text and understand. So what I feel is the growing generation wants to come up with such things so they can learn easily and understand. And we are specially targeting the primary school to undergraduate level student, because they are enough mature to understand the process through augmented reality.
Wonderful. The same question, how many customers, students you have interviewed before started working on this idea?
Like we are basically ideating and prototyping. We have not yet introduced in any of the schools, and we are here with the idea only.
You are here with the idea,
Yeah.
and the problem, okay.
Yeah, we
But
have
you
not implemented it yet.
Okay, but you have not interviewed anybody to understand the problem in detail.
Yeah, like we have went through asking interview process of children's. Like at the early stage, we interacted with anti-preschool and preschool students, and they were very young to understand this idea. So we went for the primary school and high school students.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Wonderful. Anybody else want to share the idea? Okay, I'll come to this side after you. Yeah.
Ma'am, the problem we have identified is related to our pen drive or the USB storage. The problem is in USB storage, flash storage is used. That's why after not being used by a long time, the data might get corrupted. Second problem, if we lost the pen drive, then there is no way to recover the data. Okay, so we have made a product which is a cloud USB. We have removed the physical storage from the pen drive and put it in the cloud. Now you can say that there is Google Drive, OneDrive, iCloud, then why the need of this? Suppose in my cloud drive there is something data and I want...
I'll interrupt you here because I have given you 30 seconds only.
Okay.
Now tell me that how severe is the pain point of your customers that they will use your product? How sure you are about that?
Actually, before making this product, we have gone to our university campus and we asked that is this a problem? That's something they says that it's very hectic to transfer data from cloud to another person by logging into in. So that's why we have made this, and we have also filed the patent for it, and we have the product ready.
Okay, awesome. From this side, anybody? Can you please pass the mic? Just the last discussion.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Myself Rudronil Guru, and I am currently reading in class 10 from Devi Model School, KSTP Asansol. So I am playing professional cricket from last 3 years. So I have seen many of my friends have told me that I am not getting the proper cricket means technical issues. They are having some technical issues or fitness related issues. So from class 9th I have planned that I will be creating one website where there will be some renowned coaches from West Bengal, means I am from West Bengal, so renowned coaches from West Bengal and Jharkhand areas, so that they can give the, means then they can resolve the problem of that particular one in an virtual, through an virtual mode.
Okay.
And I will execute this problem in my 11th and 12th
So
grade.
you yourself face the problem and you observe this is the problem faced by others also.
Yes,
That's
yes,
why
yes.
you picked up this problem.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome, great.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I'll come to you later, right? So let me then connect that. First thing is that from now onwards for the coming 4 days, now I'll not ask you about what is your idea. Now I'll ask you what is the problem you are solving. That's the wrong way when we say what is the idea and immediately you start talking about the product. That we are making a mobile app, we are making a product. The answer should start with this thing, that what is the problem you are solving. In fact, when we ask you to pitch the idea, pitch what is you are making, what is your product, always start with the problem which you are solving for the people. So if you have not really identified the problem, your first step is to identify the problem, not making the product or the prototype. That will be your final stage, right? So also I want to discuss that we have innovation ambassadors also here. Sometimes when people are doing research and they say that we are going to patent it, or this research work has been published in IEEE journal and so, and we are going to soon convert it into a product, right? I agree with that, that's a wonderful thing, but in entrepreneurship we again talk about what is the requirement of the customer. So that's good that you have done a very good job in that research paper publication, but it's not always true that whatever you have researched can be converted into a marketable product. I mean, that can be done, but you have to start with the same thing. What is the requirement of the customer? How you can apply your research idea in helping solving that problem of the customers? How you can convert that into a product which is required by the customers? So always start with a problem, not with an idea. So yeah, you mentioned many things that how you come up with that idea. There can be various things like performance gap. You saw somebody is using some product and there is a gap. That product is not fulfilling the requirement of the customers. You saw that gap and now you are making a product to fulfill that gap. Technology, reaction to shifts, crisis. Dipen sir yesterday talked about crisis. You are into a crisis and then that triggered you to work on your product or the idea. FOMO, what is the meaning of FOMO? Fear of missing out. Everybody is working on startups. हम बैठे हुए हैं, हमारे पास कुछ काम नहीं है. So it's like nobody is recognizing me, so I should also start working on a startup. So that can also be a driving force for you to start your journey. Just like that, sitting with the friends and thought that, oh, this can be a wonderful idea, let's start that. So there can be different driving force and you just mentioned few here. Have you heard about these startups? Anybody? I am sure you have not heard about these startups because these are failed startups. That's our tendency, that we always talk about successful startups. That's the habit, right? In our household, our parents are also like that. We discuss only that 90% आएगा तो क्या करेंगे, 95% आएगा तो क्या gift मिलेगा. We never talk about 60% आएगा तो क्या करेंगे. So that's our habit, right? So this is why you don't know about these startups, because these are failed startups. But I suggest you that you always go through the successful entrepreneur's story. They must have been failed somewhere. Read their full story and also focus on some stories of failed startups. You will understand what they did wrong, and maybe that will help you that you can avoid those things. These startups failed because these things are not required by the customers. They just launched the product in the market and customers rejected it because it was not required for them. Customer is the one who is paying for your product. Why they will pay if your product is not solving their problem? Everybody can say, like you are discussing your idea with your known persons, your relatives, they will appreciate you. Wow, that's a wonderful idea. The website you are making is awesome. Everybody will appreciate you because you are showing them that this is what I am working on, right? But when you will go into the market to sell it, you have to see whether people are paying for it or not. So that's why when we talk about identifying problem, understand your customers, never discuss product with them. Don't lead the discussion by showing the product. Can you explain what I am trying to tell? Your question should not start with your products. कैसे शुरू करते हैं हम questions normally? Normally, not with after this session. Normally हम कैसे शुरू करते हैं बात करना? आइडिया से शुरू करते हैं. हम शो करते हैं इमीडिएटली. वी आर सो एक्साइटेड, हमने इतनी मेहनत से वेबसाइट बनाई है. हाँ, ये कोड वर्क नहीं कर रहा था. वी हैव वर्कड ऑन दैट कोड फॉर 1 week. अभी ये वर्क कर रहा है. दैट्स अ मोस्ट प्रीशियस थिंग. बहुत अच्छी चीज. वी आर सो इन लव विद आवर सॉल्यूशन. तो हम कस्टमर से कैसे बात करते हैं? See, this is the website we have made. It has so many features. It will do this for you and this for you. Do you like it? अभी सामने वाला क्या बोलेगा? क्या बोलेगा? बहुत बढ़िया है, right? Out of courtesy, he will not speak about the negative things कि इससे क्या होगा, इसमें तो कुछ भी नहीं है. I will not pay for it. Nobody will say that. So when we start with the problem interviews, never start your problem interviews with the product. Always do your problem interviews with the purpose to understand the problem, not with the purpose to show your hard work to them कि अब तक हमने इतना कर लिया है, right? So then coming to the thing that you have identified an idea, now how will say that this idea or the product on which you are working or the service which you are designing is a promising one? What should be the qualities in that idea, product, solution, service which you are working on? What is that promising? What are the things which will make it a promising idea? So we have learned a lot from yesterday. Can you just name few things? What makes an idea a promising one? Feasible for them to use it properly, should be of great use, should be of great use to the customers who are going to. Okay, that's awesome. This is what we have learned from yesterday, lot many times. What else? Simple to use. Idea should be based on problem statement. The same thing, the problem which you have identified, your idea should concurrent with that, map with that. What else? Necessary for the customers, right? So should be a necessity. Customer should be able to afford it, right? Which means that when you will take your product to the market, customer will buy it, otherwise they will not buy it if it's not affordable, right? Human centric, sir, you were saying something? Cost effective. Sustainable. Should solve a major problem, right? Feasible for. Feasible for. No, how you are the entrepreneur, you are the young aspiring entrepreneur, so you have chosen an idea. How you will say this idea is promising, I should start work on that? It should be feasible for manufacturer and customers. User friendly. Market scope, assured market. Okay. Yeah, somebody from the last. Feasible for? I cannot hear you.
Techno-economic feasible.
Techno?
Economic.
Economic. Okay, feasible. Okay. Better than the competitors. That customer will decide whether it's better than the competitors or not.
Once the product should be mass production.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's come to the point. We have talked about desirability from yesterday. It should be desirable by the customer. That is the main thing which is making your idea promising. We have written feasibility. It should be feasible for you as an entrepreneur to make that product. Feasibility is decided by for you, not for the customer. So suppose you thought कि एक बहुत अच्छी problem हमने देखी and we are going to design a aerial vehicle to solve that problem. Sounds great. You are working on a technology which is advanced technology, but you, your team members, your network don't know anything about aerial vehicles and all. You are just searching on Google and making your slides. That's it. And you are collecting awards, rewards in various competitions showing those slides which you have copied from Google. But do you think it is feasible for you to work on that and launch in the market in next 1 year if you have no idea how to work on aerial vehicles? Do you think it is feasible for you? If you have no idea about that and your network also have no idea about that, it's not feasible, right? We will talk here about lean methodology. When I say lean methodology, it means that you picked up a problem, you designed a solution, you created a prototype and launched in the market within 6 months or within 1 year, not after 5 years. We are in a fast moving world. 5 साल बाद तो आपके competitors आ जाएंगे बहुत सारे. So we have to check the feasibility also, that right now with your current resources, the idea which you have chosen is feasible for you or not. Okay? तो हम बातें तो कर सकते हैं, we can win competitions also, but if we talk about reality, if you really want to start your venture, you have to see this feasibility. And how you are going to check the feasibility? Yesterday we did that, finding your flow, the quadrants, you know your strengths and weaknesses, you have formed your team, you know the skill set of your team, you know your network. If you remember the last quadrant, whom do you know? So you know that who are there in your network who can help you in giving a physical shape to your idea. That will decide the feasibility. And what is the meaning of viability? So somebody said cost effective. There should be a market, right? So you should work on some idea which you can sell in the market. If I am not talking about social enterprise, if I am talking about business which can generate money, you have to check whether it is viable in the market or not. You will be able to generate profit out of it or not. You have to check that also. Okay, so if the pain point of the customer is too big, they will surely pay for your solution. So घूम फिर के बात वही आती है, how desirable the product is for your customer. Can you make it? Is it feasible for you? And is it viable in the market or not? Sustainable, somebody also mentioned whether it's sustainable or not. Okay. So now, अभी design thinking कहाँ गई इसमें? So we are here in this session to understand how to identify a problem worth solving and how to decide whether it's a worth solving problem or not. It is desirable by customers or not. What are the tools that will give you the confidence that yes, this is the problem which we can solve and it is viable, it is desirable and feasible for us. Okay. So before that, I am showing you again a video. Watch it carefully. It's about empathy, that how empathy can change your thoughts. How many of you have visited hospitals? Although it's not a good place to visit, but I think all of you have visited hospitals. And honestly, how many of you have been into an argument in the hospital or on some or other things? I usually do arguments. जब मैं queue में होती हूँ, मुझसे पहले कोई नहीं जा सकता. Until unless it's like very urgent. Okay. So let's see this, watch this video and you will be able to connect why I asked this. Can you play this link? कैसे होगा ऐसा? I don't know. It's a YouTube link. Can you now understand empathy? Now, abhi aap socho, when you are going to hospital and if you meet somebody who is in these situations, I think you will act differently, right? Now, if you are in an administrative position in the hospital and somebody is asking you to design the duty hours for the staff, you will be empathetic when you are designing that. You know that staff should not work more than 8 hours. So you'll see whether there are enough staffs or not, right? Now, if we will design, suppose if you'll get an opportunity to design a medical equipment, you will empathize with the patients, that how they feel when they use that equipment, right? So that's the meaning of empathy. You need to understand the unsaid things of your customers. That is only possible when you have long conversations, when you have observations with your customers, right? Don't be so emotional. Come back to the slides again. That's why I was not watching the video. Okay. Let me show you one example of design thinking, how the product is designed. Have you seen MRI scan machines, CT scan? कैसा लगता है? एक वो horrible ना, black hole होता है and you are going to be inside that, और फिर लगता है कुछ हो गया तो अंदर nobody is there to help, right? Now imagine how difficult it is for kids. Unfortunately, अगर किसी छोटे बच्चे को, if we have to use that CT scan or MRI, how it is difficult it is to convince them, बेटा इस machine में जाओ, it is just for your health. Very difficult, right? So GE Healthcare has designed these CT scan machines for kids. They spend time with the kids in the child care center. They observe the kids when they are going for CT scan, how they react, how they behave, and they have specifically designed these CT scan machines, taking some theme, putting some toys there, and when they are going inside the machine, then also they are viewing some things and hearing some sounds, like they are in the Pirate Bay or they are below the sky looking at the stars and all. This is the product design using design thinking. So that is how you have to design your product, that customers cannot deny to buy it. Okay, another thing, when we talked about observation, I hope you are taking the points. Now, not every trick or technique will help you in your idea. Either you can observe the customers in that setting when they are facing the problem, right? You can take interviews with them, okay? Now, don't start your interviews with what is your problem. ऐसा पूछेंगे तो इतनी problems आ जाएंगी, you will not be able to solve them. So design your interview questions in such a way that you can extract more and more information about your problem. And when I say question answer, questionnaire, don't go with the copy पूरा लेकर के, okay, we are here to take your interview. तो interview नाम से तो हमें हमेशा ही डर लग जाता है, right? तो you will not get correct answers. Design the questions for yourself that I should not miss these points, but start with a conversation, friendly conversation with your customers. Right? Use the words again and again that, I also feel this, I have also faced this. They will open up. Try to see the unsaid things. So you can take interviews to understand the problems, you can observe, and then you can apply 5 why analysis to understand the root cause of the problem, which is very, very, very important, root cause of the problem. There is a problem on the screen. Can you give me a solution for that? Meditation. Any other solution? Study. पढ़ लो भाई, कुछ नहीं होता stress लेने से. Study. Okay. Quick walk. Proper sleep cycle. Time management. From the back side, problem solving tricks, listening music, observing nature. Right. Skip examination. उसके बाद के स्ट्रेस का क्या करेंगे? Yes. All are listening na, noting down the solutions. Sorry? Okay, reverse the word stress and you will get something, okay? We can divide the problem in smaller segments and then solve it one. Talking with family, very good. All are listening to the solutions till the end. सब सुन रहे हैं क्या solution suggest हो रहे हैं? Moral support. Stress management, okay. Sorry? Okay. Now, किसी ने, yes sir. Okay. Okay, so yes.
And then help them so they can apply and help other for do better.
मैंने जितना कल से बताया सब वेस्ट हो गया. Mindfulness, okay. Nobody asked कि stress क्यों है? Why? कैसे मान लिया? This is your assumption. Okay, let's apply 5 why here and let's see what are the solutions then. Is it visible till the end? Certain topics I cannot understand. Why you cannot understand? Topics are presented in English. And English is not my first language, right? I am comfortable in learning in Hindi. Okay? If the course material is available in Hindi, I will be much comfortable. Now can you tell me the solution? Now can you tell me the solution to solve this problem of stress? Hindi textbooks, Hindi lectures, transcriber, Google Translator, some YouTube sessions in Hindi to explain the topic. So the whole scenario changed. हम meditation, quick walk और talk to the parents से कहाँ पे आ गए? YouTube videos in Hindi, textbooks in Hindi. Now can you understand the importance of understanding the problem in detail, in depth, learning the unsaid things? अभी क्या होता? If you will work on the surface problem, you will come up with these meditation, yoga classes and all. That will work for a few days for the students. You will get some customers for that, for sure. But if your competitor will recognize the root cause of the problem and he will launch the Hindi classes, Hindi explanation, you will be out of the market because he has addressed the root cause. आप surface problem पे ही रह गए. So don't do that. So you can also apply 5 why analysis. 5 why means again and again ask why. अभी यहाँ पे हमने शायद 4 लगाए हैं, 4 whys. Until unless you are reaching to the root cause of the problem. Never start working on the problem if you are not having detailed understanding of that. Give some time for understanding the problem. That's the most important thing. Okay. So when you are taking interviews, when you are observing people, when you are applying 5 why, when you are, there can be other ways also to understand the problem, circulating Google form. So that's not the effective way because you are not interacting. You will not be able to get the unsaid things. आपने जो पूछा है उसी का आंसर मिलेगा. You will not be able to cross question the things, right? So what you can do when you are interviewing people, you can have face-to-face interviews with 10 customers, let's say, and you can also circulate Google form to get enormous number of responses from 50 to 100 to 1000 people, to just strengthen your belief that the things which you have understood from the interviews are also shown in the Google form. Another thing, when you are circulating Google form, remember one thing, हमारे customers हैं, let's say housewife. You want to solve the problem of housewife, you are circulating form for that. Students have filled that form and you are taking that also as a response. We got 200 responses. So always give demographic informations also in the Google form about the occupation, about the age, about salary, some range of salary, so that when you are scrutinizing the responses, you can scrutinize those which are related to your customers. ऐसे खुश नहीं होना है 1000 रिस्पॉन्स आ गए आपने पीपीटी में लगा दिया, वी हैव इंटरव्यूड 1000 पीपल, उसमें से 500 आपके स्टूडेंट्स थे एंड योर कस्टमर्स आर हाउसवाइफ. ओके, सो बी prepared for that, for scrutinizing. That's why it's important कि only name नहीं रखना है Google form में, you have to give ask demographic information also. It will help you to understand your segment also, which is the segment which is giving you positive responses. So you will also be able to understand your customer segment. Also you need to understand what are the existing solutions in the market to solve the problem. So have some questions in the interviews asking about what do you do right now to solve the problem. They may name out some products which are already there in the market. They may name out some other things which they use to solve the problem, right? So that will help you to understand who are your competitors, what is the existing thing they are using right now to solve the problem, and what is the gap. If there are certain things already in the market which is solving their problem, what is the gap? Why they want a new product? Why they are in a problem? Identify that gap. That will help you to design the unique value proposition for your product. So your interview is very very important till the last stage. ये stage सबसे important है. So put relevant questions in your interviews to understand what is the pain point, how severe is the pain, वो problem कितना trouble कर रहा है. If it's okay, they will not buy your product. So understand the severity of the pain. If they are having severe pain, they will pay for it. It's going to be a viable thing. Understand that what are the existing solutions, what is the gap, all these things you have to include in your interviews. Okay? Now is the activity time. Half an hour is there. अभी हम activity करेंगे. How we are going to do the activity? I am going to show you problems here, 5 problems which I have chosen. अभी मैं आपको बोल नहीं सकती go out in the market, observe. We have done this training like this only. We have went to the market, observed the people, identified a problem, worked on the problem for 5 days. But यहाँ मैं आपको problem दे रही हूँ. Okay? So I am going to display here 5 problems. You are in your teams. Okay? Pick any one problem which attracts you most, which is feasible for you, which you think, right? Define the problem right now. Okay? And then I'll explain you few things here on the screen. Define it again after looking at those things. So you have to make 2 problem definitions, one before I am explaining the things and one after I have explained the things. Okay? And you have to have a role play. Role play means in your team consider one person as a customer and you are the one who is designing the product. Have some interviews, okay? Extract some important information and design the problem statement. I'll show you the canvas also, okay? So it's up to you which problem you want to choose. I am displaying it. Choose one problem, define it, and then I'll explain few things and you have to redefine it. Is this clear to everyone? Any doubts till now? Choose a problem which appeals you. You can use your laptops to define the problem and then redefine, because that's a canvas. So you can design the canvas in your laptops also or on the paper. Read it? हो गया? And now I'll be off the stage and मैं किसी भी टीम से पूछ लूंगी पीछे जो बात कर रहे हैं, जिनको नींद आ रही है. I'll ask anybody. Got the idea of the problem? What is the problem? Can I change it? Choose any one problem which appeals you. Don't repeat my words to explain the problem again, defining the problem again. If you have laptops and if you have chosen the problem, sit with your team. You can shift the chair like a round kind of thing if you want to discuss, and start working on the problem. ये सबको अच्छा लगेगा हॉस्टलर्स को. And please remember, when we talk about ventures, it's not only about mobile app and website. We can design service also. There can be other ways also. It's not only IT driven. Or when we say product in our technical terms, when we say product, it also includes service. For us, service is also a product. Okay. Define the problem in your own words. Have you chosen, all of you have chosen one problem out of these 5? Are you sitting with your group? Define the problem in 2 minutes, what you have understood in your own words. So when you will pitch, how you will define it. And don't use chat GPT, please. Yeah, what's your question? No, keep it with you. Have you defined the problem? It's kind of before and after. That's why I'm asking you, and I am going to show something on the screen and you have to redefine the problem. Rephrase it, like I showed the problem. Now what you have understood, how you will pitch, if I'll ask you, how you will redefine it in your own words. Maybe I am missing some few points here, you can add on that. Which one? Fourth. Third. I request innovator ambassadors also to sit with their teams. Sit in a group. This same problem. You want to ask the duration or you want to ask the time? Duration 1 minute. These are not the perfect definitions. You can include much more into this. When we define a problem, it includes various things. So don't copy paste. These are very raw problem definitions. Yeah, keep it with you. I am going to show something else also and then you have to redefine. I have not discussed anything about solution. Say, you have suppose observed this problem. Now you are properly defining it, what you have understood. Okay? So this definition is very raw. You can add various things in that. So do it whatever you understood now, and I am going to show you something else also. Have you defined for the first time? हो गया definition? Yes, you have any doubt? सबका हो गया definition, first time definition? You have a doubt. You are raising. Sorry? You want to present the problem definition. Keep it with you. I am going to show something else. After that you have to present. Okay. I hope you have defined from your understanding. Okay. Now I am showing you. This is a problem canvas. Is it visible till the end? So can we zoom it a little bit? And I am also reading it out. Next slide. It has 6 blocks. Okay. Please see here. 6 blocks. First block is context. When does the problem occur? When you observe the person, what is the time when they are facing that problem? When they want to go outside, when they are doing household work, what is that context when they are facing the problem? Is this block clear? Context. When you are facing the problem, when your customer is facing the problem, what is that time? What is that interval? What is the root cause of the problem? Like we did 5 why, understand the root cause of the problem. So from your understanding, what is the root cause? So when we'll do role play, one will be the customer. Try to have some conversation and try to get the root cause. Alternatives. Right now what they are doing to solve the problem. Do they have other products from other companies? Or they are doing nothing, or they are doing it manually, or they go to the local market. I mean, what they are doing exactly. So when we are saying alternatives, it's not only about the company name. What are the ways they are using to solve the problem right now? Okay. Customers. Who has the problem most often? Define your customer. Age wise, occupation wise, gender wise, location based. Who are the customers who face such kind of problem? Urban people, rural people, pet owners, working women, age group, can be different ways. Define your customer. Emotional impact. When they face the problem, what is the emotional impact of the problem? Stressed, helpless, tension mein hai. What is the emotional impact of the problem right now what I showed you? वो प्रॉब्लम्स जब फेस करते हैं, व्हाट इज द इमोशनल इम्पैक्ट? ये क्यों, क्या हेल्प करेगा इमोशनल इम्पैक्ट? हाउ विल दिस हेल्प यू इन सॉल्विंग द प्रॉब्लम? इमोशनल इम्पैक्ट आपको कैसे हेल्प करेगा? इमोशनल इम्पैक्ट, हाउ इट विल हेल्प यू? Severity of the pain. It will help you to understand the severity. और अगर पेन पॉइंट बहुत ज्यादा है तो there is a chance कि आपका सॉल्यूशन मैच हुआ, फिट हुआ, तो कस्टमर विल बाय इट. Higher chances of selling it in the market, right? Quantifiable impact. If you can measure any, you can give a unit like half an hour is wasted in waiting. That is a quantifiable impact. I have to pay double the amount. That is a quantifiable impact. So if you can identify the quantifiable impact, when your product is not in the market, customer is in the problem situation. I have not discussed anything about your solution. We are only in the problem. तो यहाँ पे ये नहीं लिखना है that when they will use our product, they will be happy. Okay? So it is from customer point of view when your product is not launched in the market. Alternative shortcomings. The alternative which you have defined above, what are the shortcomings, what are the disadvantages of those alternatives, that will help you to identify the gap. So when you will design your solution, you can try to fill that gap. That will create a unique value proposition for your product. Okay? And see a problem statement here for an example. This is how it is filled. For a person who is taking cab for going to the office, and what are the problems? The problem statement. I'll come to that. That is the next slide. It is for a customer who are taking cabs for going to the office and facing problems, even facing problem with Uber also. Alternatives में Uber लिखा है, but shortcomings भी लिखी है. So this is the problem canvas for that example. Who are facing the problem? Young men and women between 25 to 35 age group. Customer is defined clearly. Okay? And after making this canvas, problem statement can be, what are the emotional impact? Frustration and boredom. Quantifiable impact, 40 hours on an average per week lost. So you can take care of these things when you will be designing the product. And this is how the problem is defined. Now see the structure there on the screen. Redefine your problem right now, what you have noted down from the screen. अभी अभी हमने जो लिखी थी उसके लिए प्रॉब्लम कैनवस डिजाइन करो. Design the problem canvas and redefine the problem. First, design the problem canvas. You can easily redefine the problem statement after looking at the canvas. So now I am coming there and you can start working on that. You have 20 minutes. Or rather I should say 10 minutes. Then we'll have discussions. You can use your laptops, उस पे टेबल बना के वर्ड में बना सकते हो, पावर पॉइंट में, और ऑन योर नोटबुक, एनीथिंग विल डू. You two are only in the group?
We are planning to work.
Okay. If you have any doubts, you can ask. नहीं, ये तो प्रॉब्लम में दी ही नहीं. हाँ, तो ओके, लेट मी चेंज दैट. यही रखता है. ओके.
Here I am doing the problem number 2 where it said that the daily commentator. So where the context said that when does the problem occur?
Not the timing of the day, but क्या एक्टिविटी कर रहे हैं वो, what is the activity they are doing when they are facing situation. You cannot choose from. No, nothing like that. See, these are the 5 problems which I have given, and these are fictitious problems. So these cannot be your problems which you are solving. So these are just for learning. So I cannot say कि measure the problem like this.
If someone wants to design some software application, how to choose problems? There are so many problems in our
Exactly, I understand that. That's the only thing, observation, and once you have identified a problem that this looks sufficient enough for me to work on, right, then main thing is conversation with the customer. Gradually you will realize maybe for some.
also require, I think, require some survey kind of thing.
Yeah, of course, after doing survey you have to fill this, because right now in the classroom I cannot ask for the survey, but survey नहीं करेंगे तो how you will understand the customer.
Equal responsibility. Customer
Yes, this table is filled by after doing the survey. You will be able to know the alternatives, their shortcomings, your segment, everything, emotional impact, everything. So this canvas we prepare after doing the survey. Yeah, to the root cause. If you think that that's the root cause, I mean you cannot go in the depth, you can write that also. But sometimes it happens, like I showed the example there, is the root cause. Yes, that's what I'm saying, that if you think after talking to the customer, okay, this is the problem, main problem, there is nothing hidden inside that, maybe that is surface problem is the root cause. Okay, so it's not necessary that always we are able to apply 5Y and go to the root cause.
समझ में नहीं आया. इन लोगों को बता देना है कि ये कैनवास है, तो मुझे प्रॉब्लम पिकअप की इसी में आप लोग करना शुरू करें. तो बैठे हुए चुप.
ऐसा. I repeat that I showed you 5 problems, right? You have chosen one problem. Okay? Now I am showing you the problem canvas. So what you have to do in this activity, the problem which you have chosen from those 5, you have to design the canvas for one of that problem which you have chosen. Okay? And later on you can apply this on your idea on which you are working. And this canvas is designed after surveying, interviewing the customers. In this setting it is not possible, that's why I showed you the problem and asked you to fill it, at least so that you can understand the blocks. So you have to fill the problem canvas for one of the problem which I showed you. Amongst those, choose one problem, fill it for that. हो गया? ओके. So what is the context exactly? Right. Right. Or they keep some caretaker maybe. I don't know. So you have to deep dig into this customer side, because when we say pet owners, you will find crores of pet owners, so you have to be very specific in that. That will come gradually. Think a lot about that also. I mean, you can have a joint family also. They may not face such a problem. They are pet owners, but they may not face such problem again and again because they have many people in the house. So how you can redefine the customer? You can think about that. Right. Quantifiable impact is something which we can measure in units. So it's sometimes difficult to define quantifiable impact. So you can leave it. I mean, it's not a compulsory thing, but emotional impact should be there. You should identify that. That is required. With the solution? No, I mean that's a solution actually. So that's why I'm displaying the canvas only. Right. Think about the customers also. So let me handle the. If you have any problem, please call me. Please don't call me to show your problem canvas right now. I want everybody to make the canvas, to understand the canvas right now. You want to show it? Emotional impact means that when you are facing that problem, your customer is facing that problem, what are the emotions? Stressful hai, fearful hai, emotional impact. When we say quantifiable impact, it means anything which can be measured in units. Like I am paying double the money for buying that product. That is a quantifiable impact. I can measure. I can measure the time. I am wasting half an hour for waiting the taxi. That is a quantifiable impact, right? So when your product is not in the market, when you are just observing, okay? So it's sometimes possible that you are not able to identify quantifiable impact. It is not possible for all kind of problems. Then you can leave that. It's not a compulsory thing. But emotional impact is compulsory because that will tell you the pain point, exact pain point of the customer. You want to show it or you have a doubt? Quantifiable impact. आ जाओ इधर आ जाओ.
We select problem 5 or working on time management. The solution is time management to-do list.
तो आप ये डिस्कस कर रहे हो और आपको कोई डाउट है?
कोई क्वांटिफाइबल इम्पैक्ट का जानना है.
हाँ.
ऑल्टरनेटिव है मेड रख सकते हैं.
ठीक.
तो हमको उसमें क्या लिखना है? हमारा जब ऐप यूज करेगा वो अपने उसको कम पे करना पड़ेगा उस मेड के. नहीं,
मैंने क्या बोला रिपीटेडली दैट योर प्रोडक्ट इज नॉट इन द मार्केट. आप ये डिजाइन कब कर रहे हैं? जब आपने ऐप नहीं बनाई है. सो यू कैन नॉट टॉक अबाउट योर प्रोडक्ट इन दिस कैनवस. तो हमारा ऐप यूज करेगा का मतलब आपका ऐप आ गया है मार्केट में, तो इसका मतलब हमको वो यूज नहीं करना है. मैं एक्सप्लेन करती हूँ फिर से, राइट? सी आई एम एक्सप्लेनिंग अगेन. फर्स्ट मेजर मिस्टेक, मैंने बहुत सारे कोहर्ट्स लिए, आई हैव टेकन लॉट्स ऑफ कोहर्ट्स. मेजर मिस्टेक यही होता है दैट स्टूडेंट्स राइट, जब वो हमारी ऐप यूज करेंगे तो वो मनी सेव कर पाएंगे. सो प्रॉब्लम कैनवस इज, you are making this problem canvas when your product is not being launched in the market. मार्केट में आपका प्रोडक्ट नहीं है. You have to write the impact when they are in that problem. So don't use these words when they will use your app. तो क्या फायदा होगा. Next doubt is majorly in quantifiable impact. I am explaining it again. Quantifiable impact is when your product is not there in the market. Can you define anything which can be measured in terms of units which is impacting your customer? For example, in terms of time, बहुत time waste हो रहा है. So we should not write बहुत time, we have to define that time, because when we say I have to wait for 1 hour for the cab, which means 1 hour is my limit. 1 hour के बाद wait करना पड़ गया, that is increasing my frustration level. So when I will design the solution, I will try कि 1 hour से ज़्यादा किसी को wait ना करना पड़े. So that's why we always define in quantifiable terms. It can be in terms of money, that I am paying double the amount for buying such kind of product. So it is clear कि अगर कोई चीज़ 100 rupees में मिल सकती है, the customer is paying 200 rupees for that, and the customer think that वो चीज़ 200 रुपए के लायक नहीं है, it is not worth. So you have to design the solution keeping that thing in mind, that customer will not pay more than 100 rupees for this product. So that is quantifiable impact. So sometimes it's possible that you are not able to identify last row, you are not able to identify quantifiable impact. It is possible. So it's not a compulsory thing. You can remove that. But emotional impact is compulsory, because that helps you to understand the severity of the pain. Right. That will come under problem actually, that the prices are very fluctuating. Yeah, so if you can give a solution for that, if you have something in your mind, then that thing will come under problem. Yeah, fluctuating prices is a problem. We cannot put that in quantifiable impact, or because वो हम percentage वगैरह उसमें कैसे डालेंगे, because it's fluctuating a lot. So we can say that prices are not fixed. So if we'll provide a solution, we'll try to fix the prices on the basis of distance and all, and the facilities which we are providing. So that thing which you mentioned will come under the problem part. Or maybe when you will define alternatives, that will be alternative shortcoming. See, either you can present the canvas, or you can take help from this canvas and redefine the problem statement. This is important. That is just a tool. It is just a tool. Once you are done with this tool, you can take help of this tool and you can define the problem statement in a better way. See, now you can see the change, how you have defined it earlier and when you will define it after making the canvas. There will be a difference in that. Because यहाँ पे देखो आप कस्टमर सेगमेंट भी है, प्रॉब्लम भी है, ऑल्टरनेटिव भी है, उसकी शॉर्टकमिंग भी है. दिस इज हाउ प्रॉब्लम इज डिफाइंड. एनी डाउट्स? So what we can do, you have designed the canvas in your copy, in your notebook or in your laptop, right? You have chosen a problem also. I am going to show another slide, and whenever I'll have my next session, then I'll start the session with few of your examples. You can come and you can present it, okay? The statement, I am explaining what I am trying to tell. Now what's the use? What's the use of this canvas? Let me tell you. It is just a tool, and you work on the canvas after you have taken the interviews, after you have understood your customer. So it is just a tool. How it will help you? You can see it will help you to design the problem statement. Look into this problem statement. Everybody, this will help you in your pitching sessions. You can redefine your problem statements now. Your problem statements must consist of your customer segment, the problem they are facing, alternatives shortcoming. So what you have to do is, you have to see your canvas and you have to frame one statement out of that canvas that will act as your problem statement. This is the way how we define problem statement. It's covering everything. So when you will pitch in front of investors or in any competition, they will get everything here in this problem definition. That's why we use that canvas. So that is not a compulsory thing that वो होना ही चाहिए आपके pitch में, but that will help you to redesign the problem statement. Okay? So what we'll do, I think the time is over. I have to take, tea is ready? Okay, so we need to take a break. So what we can do, you are ready with your canvases, take your time. Whenever I'll have my next session, we will start the session. I'll select few of you and you will present your problem statement here. Either here or you can read it out. Okay, and I'll give you only 30 seconds for presenting that. Only 30 seconds. So either you can present your canvas just here on the screen, or you can show your problem statement. And you know that we cannot give chance to everyone, so we'll be selective. Let's see how it will work and how I'll accommodate in my session, next session, whenever I'll have that next session. Okay, and apply this learning to your idea. Whatever you are pitching here, apply. If you have learned something new, apply that thing in defining your problem, which you have already defined in your pitch deck. So I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
and really thankful to IIT Bhubaneswar for this session. So I will start with the logo first. Why I have chosen a very old-fashioned logo, not a very modern logo. Maybe probably you will be wondering, everybody. So the idea behind logo, because if you look, all the great people, all the philosophers, name it Aristotle, then name it Socrates, or you name our Indian scientists like C.V. Raman, who won a Nobel Prize, then you Ramanujan, who is a great mathematician, then Bhaskar, all those people, they probably didn't have the electricity those times, so they were probably studying under a lantern kind of a scenario, or a oil kind of a gas light. So with today's world, with so many modern facilities, I am really sorry to say we don't have great philosophers right now. So for the last 200-300 years, we have never produced with a really great philosophers. And even Rabindranath Tagore is also condemnable, because he also probably studied in similar fashion. Because only Thomas Edison invented in, I think, late 1800s, towards the 1890s, so that the people can have electricity around the world. So that is the whole idea, is because the real knowledge which has come to the world right now, I probably believe people who studied in this scenario. Not on the modern scenario where you have a lot of internets, you have Google, then you have a lot of AC, sitting in the AC room and all. That's not the probable scenario. Even our late Chief Minister Biju Patnaik, he also studied somewhere like this. That is the whole idea. So what we really want to do is, we are not talking about we will be giving coaching or anything to the people. We are talking about a technology intervention in the education sector. How the technology will intervene in the individually as well as in a group, how the institute can take the lot of inferences from the technology, how an individual himself or herself can do it if somebody wants to really improve and to see. And how the entire ecosystem, your teacher, your parents, everybody, including the social community as a whole, how they can really help the entire society to grow. Because the current state of where India is right now, it is very difficult if you remain in the same state. We need to grow to the next level of our society as a whole. It has to be a knowledge-based economy. The parents has to have the knowledge, teachers needs to have the knowledge, so that they can nurture the students to go to the next level. If you are looking at the number of patents filed, it's very less from the Indian perspective. If you see China as a whole, they have moved very fast. A lot of patents they are filing, and in the next 20 years, I envision China, a lot of people from Chinese origin will win Nobel Prize. But it is we have such a similar population, but we are way behind in terms of the education, in terms of the education infrastructure. Plus, in terms of, I'm talking about attitude. In terms of attitude means including the parents, including the teacher. So I'll go to the next slide, which is the basis for our product. So most people are programmed right now, not educated. When I say this, if you go to a school, any parents will want in the +2, what you want is either an engineering line, or you take a medical line, where either you take a coaching in engineering or medical. If somebody is not doing engineering, medical, even the society as a whole doesn't always look down on him or her, because the parents put a lot of pressure. Why you don't want to do engineering or medical? Why you want to do commerce, or why you want to study economics? Why you want to study literature? Even the school also equally responsible, because today if somebody writes a book, the school will never make him a poster boy or a girl. If you win a science exhibition, immediately the school will put a poster boy in the main gate, oh, we won a science prize. So why the society is not able to come out of engineering or medical? Okay. So we have to see that every sector is equally important, because when you are working in a field like you have a lot of stress, you are doing a job, then what do? You go to watch a movie. But if you ask any parents, do you want your children to be in the theater? 90% of the parents, no, we want engineering or medical. So that's typically wrong, right? You need everybody. You need a sweeper, you need engineers, you need doctors, you need actors, you need a nursing home, healthcare workers. So every sector you have to give equal importance. And the children are totally ignored. No parents, no teacher really ask the student to that particular child what does he wants. And that could be a very minuscule percentage, 1 or 2%. Parents, teacher really agree, no, this the child wants to be a fashion designing, let her do. Okay, so that is where nobody really cares about the children. Everybody, even the parents are in a social pressure. Iska bacha ho gaya, somebody got into engineering, so let my child also read engineer. Somebody goes to IIT, let my child go to IIT. So because IIT somebody doesn't get, that doesn't mean he cannot do anything. So there are a lot of avenues available. So that mindset has to really change. Even with the 2020 policy, government has done a brilliant policy, but that policy can only be implemented by parents and teachers. Government cannot come and implement. Government can tell this is the policy on paper, but what is the execution plan? Execution plan, the mindset has to change. If the parents, teacher doesn't change mindset, that policy will fail in next 10, 20 years. We'll have a good thing on the paper, but it will definitely fail. So the whole idea is not to make programmed people. All students must be educated, not programmed. If you go to Allen coaching or you go to medical coaching, you are programmed to do certain things, right? And the other aspect, we are only focusing on the technology. Okay, how technology will help the individual as well as our entire society to become knowledge based. So what we are talking about, there are two problems. One is there is no information exchange right now between any institute, between the institutes and between lot of other communities. There is no interchange or exchange of data for the student profile, and a student doesn't have a complete profile. Today, how many of you remember what you did in class 2? Does anybody remember what you have really done in class 2? You cannot tell, right? So, but if I give a platform where, suppose you are doing a great painting, if your parents have stored somewhere in a platform that you have done in class 2, you had a painting hand, you were able to do a great drawing and painting. So at least you will remember. Even your parents will know, even your neighbors also, if you show them, they will know, children will also know. Correct? So we are trying to create a platform where you have a complete profile. And for example, Samsung comes to do a campus hiring. How does Samsung know what what you are really? Current hiring is based on, they give you a test and you are from IIT, they see your grade, they hire you. But what exactly is your passion, they are unable to see. But if I give you a platform where you're from class 1 till your class, when you pass out BTech, everything is captured. I'm not talking about the marks. I'm talking about you are learning music, so you are learning a guitar, somebody learning tabla, somebody is good in sports. Everything is captured in that platform. Then when a Samsung or any corporate comes, he hires, he sees you, any of you, then he will able to see you, your total personality. And they can think where he will fit exactly. It's not based on a mark basis. Okay, so what we are trying to create is anything you do in life, may it music, may it be your any social work you are doing, or if you are doing even cooking, any hobbies, including your marksheet, everything should be captured. So that the third party, when he sees you, he sees your total personality, he will be able to map you exactly how they can use the best use of you, so that you are also passionate in your job and the corporate is happy, you are also happy, both are happy. Okay, so that is the whole idea where we have built this platform. We are in the process of doing it, some part is done. So what is the solution we are proposing? We are trying to make a blockchain based consortium for education institutes. So blockchain based consortium, what we mean that a lot of institutes will be in our blockchain, so that when you apply for a master's, for example, if you apply to say any of the institutes overseas or anywhere, they obviously need a mark sheet, they need a certificate, but what the current process is, the university need to write to you, or the third party who would do a verification for you, whether you studied there, what is the marks, whether this certificate is actually originally issued by IIT Bhubaneswar or IIT Delhi. So there is a problem there. So this solution will give you the ease of verification. So if you are talking about the human design concept, we are talking about ease of doing things, then we are talking about how effective it is, and we are talking about the capturing the emotions. So our solution will help to capture all these, also the emotions. because emotions comes with a lot of your activities which is done out of the school, out of the colleges. It's not within the school campus. Then what we're trying to do is every institute who is on our chain, they will have the permissions to access the data, the relevant data required for them from a perspective of each of the students' data. And then this will help all the corporate hiring, which I explained to you earlier, because any company comes right now is just based on a test, so they will be able to see your complete profile and they will able to hire you. So what we are trying to do is everybody must do lateral thinking. It is not that what current system is, it is just like a compartment. Somebody is reading physics, he knows physics. He cannot correlate physics with psychology right now. But if you look back, all of the great philosophers, they were neither a physicist, they were not mathematics. They were all philosophers, they were able to think throughout. Then they correlated to make it physics, then from physics they correlated the mathematics part of it. But currently with the compartmental system, I am doing physics, so I just know physics, I cannot think beyond. So we need to have a system where people have to know how physics can be related to economics, how it can be related to psychology. So we would suggest that we should not bifurcate into streams like art stream, commerce stream and physics and science stream. So people should know the interdependency of each of the stream. That has to be taught. How a psychology can intervene in a physicist, how psychology can help the athletes. You know, there are a lot of psychology sessions happening in all the sectors. So similarly, how sociology can impact the society as a whole. So what we are trying to do is a blockchain based, where we have a testing product. From the test platform, we can come to know whether he is strong in physics or weak in physics or strong in maths or he is very keen on English. So the platform will tell us, and over a period of time we will create that the machine learning part where it will automatically model out like which area of the string, so that will give you a career. So the platform will tell you are suitable for this kind of career because based on your knowledge level. So this is what we are trying to do. So the technical part I will ask Suraj, my co-partner, to explain, because that will be more helpful for you all in the technology aspect. Suraj, come to the stage. So after this we can have the question answer.
Guys, can you hear me? Yeah. So, I think Mr. Sir kind of very eloquently gave you an understanding of what we are trying to do and how we are approaching a problem over here, right? So the problem that we are talking about is there is hardly any interoperability of data or transfer of data from one place to another within the education limit, and whenever there is some data transfer, it is generally between an academic institution to another academic institution, but not from non-academic institutions like music, dance. You know, there are quite a few things that people do, right? So in order to do something like that, what is the biggest problem that we have faced? Why a college in why Anna University won't share its data to something like an IIT? The major reason behind that is security, right? Because data is generally very personal, and sharing that data with everyone is something that cannot be done as such, right? And that is where the technology intervention part of it actually comes in, right? So what we have done is that we have created a private blockchain in which we are basically allowing to create a consortium. How many of you know what is a consortium? Just a consortium. No, smart contract is different. Yeah. Okay. Can you tell me what is a consortium? Okay. No, not exactly. So a consortium is basically a group of organizations, right, who are doing something similar, who has come together to create a group wherein they take decisions together for the benefit of that particular type of organization. Okay. So for example, oil is a business, right? So all oil companies, if they come together to form a group, that would be considered a consortium of oil companies, right? Not exactly cartel is a negative way of looking at it. Yeah, so there are no machine guns involved. Yeah, right. So when I'm talking about a consortium of things, so right now in terms of education we do have consortiums, right? We do have a group. So one of them is AICTE, right? One of them is UGC. But these are government-controlled consortiums wherein people can join in only if they are formalized educational institutions. What about the other parts? What about the data that comes out from people actually learning music, people painting, right? People doing other stuffs, athletes. All those data needs to be captured, and there are other institutions who actually coach these people. And these information is currently very siloed, right? These information are compartmentalized. There is enough information with probably a BCCI about cricketers in India, which is never shared to something like an AICTE, right? Because nobody has ever thought why cricket information would be needed for somebody who is doing engineering. But we have good engineers who have come out and been good cricketers, like Ashwin and Kumble and Srinath and so on and so forth, right? So what if the engineering colleges knew these guys are cricketers, and knew to the extent that they understand they are going to become a good cricketer and probably play for India, right? They would have probably gotten more education related to what can be beneficial in terms of engineering and computers. Javagar Srinath actually, or Kumble or Javagar Srinath, one of them have a company who actually does a lot of your ball tracking algorithms and this and that, right? So these kind of things only comes up when odd things actually come together and make sense, right? And in order to do something like that, we need a way so that data can actually be shared from one place to another within an educational limit, with permissions specifically made such that data is still secured. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is, only when an institution knows that the other institution is a valid institution and the data that I am transferring to them is within my control, that if they want their degree results or their test results and this and that, if it can be provided to them, as long as the student actually permissions us to give that data to them, right? You might ask, this can be pretty done on a cloud. Why do you use a blockchain? How many of you know what is a blockchain? And it's not smart contract. Okay, can anybody tell me what is a blockchain? Please. Okay. Right. 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 So he's absolutely right in terms of, yeah, please.
So blockchain is kind of an algorithm in which multiple.
Blockchain is a kind of algorithm upon which multiple computers are connected and the data transfer is not private in it. Means there is a kind of transparency in it.
That would be a distributed system, not really a. So it will be a subset or a superset of blockchain in a traditional sense, but yeah. Please. Can somebody pass me the mic?
In blockchain, there are several blocks, like in which blocks we write data, and those blocks are changed. So if someone want to change a data in single block, if he will change all the data, all the blocks will be changed. So he can't change in his lifetime. So it's decentralized, so anyone can access. There are private blockchains like yours, and there are several smart contracts in it, like which is agreement and all.
Okay. Okay. So yeah. I think you guys have a basic understanding of what is a blockchain. So in very simple terms, if I look at it, a blockchain is blockchain as such is a data structure, right? Wherein the data is actually stored in kind of block, as everybody said, right? hash of the previous block becomes the data or part of the data for the next block. And there is a salt, there is a salt component to it which is actually varied so that a particular kind of hash gets generated, which makes things difficult, and that's why hacking it becomes a bit more difficult. But that is just the data structure side of it. The other side of it is actually it is distributed over multiple nodes, wherein there is a consensus algorithm used to actually tell what data can be persisted to a particular block. And that consensus algorithm is generally mostly fault tolerant, and one of them is Byzantine's fault tolerance. I don't know how many of you know about it. So okay, how many of you have heard of Byzantine fault tolerance? Let me. Okay, great. So can you tell me something about this?
In a distributed system, if we need to make a change in a peer-to-peer distributed system, we need more than 51% of the
not necessarily 51%. You can configure that, but yeah.
Yeah, basic idea is to have control of more than 51% of nodes.
Do you know where the Byzantine term comes from?
It is a story of Byzantine general problem.
Right. What is the Byzantine general problem? Anybody? Yeah. Right. So why it is called Byzantine? So just for everybody to understand, Byzantine Empire was one of the biggest empire in West Asia, Europe, right? It's the last stand of Roman Empire, right? Istanbul was its capital, right? And they were very famous for their strong walls. So they were a defensive, fort city. It was basically back then called Constantinople. Right now it's called Istanbul, right? So have anybody played Age of Empires here? That's a game. Yeah. So Byzantine's empire is very famous there because their walls is probably 1.5 times, has more life than generally, right? The reason behind it is very historical. So they built walls over a period of time which was very, very strong. But that also created a problem for them. The problem was if they had to successfully defend a particular invader, they will always have to rely on all their generals coming out of their gates at a particular time so that they can actually defend. Otherwise, what will happen is one side of one gate might just collapse, and that will give an entry for the other the invaders to come in and basically destroy the entire thing. So this is basically the problem that they were facing. How do we communicate an information to all our generals? And because human beings are by default corrupt, so what happens is some people, right, would leak the information or pass on that information incorrectly to others, so that when the time comes, the actual general doesn't come out, right? So in a situation like that, they needed a way to communicate information to all their generals in such a way that majority of their generals would come out. Because if the majority of their generals will actually come out, they will win. If the majority doesn't, they will not win, right? So that's the Byzantine general problem. So how do you solve it? The way you solve it is you basically create a consensus. It's very simple actually. You will put out the same information to all these nodes, right? All these people, and as long as the majority of the generals are honest, right, the wall will stay, because the malicious generals which are there will be caught and will be repelled by the generals who are good nearby them, right? That's how the consensus program works in theory. It's a bit more complicated when it comes to actually coding it, right? So a blockchain is the data structure we discussed, right, plus this consensus algorithm, which basically makes changing a blockchain financially impossible to do, right? Because the amount of computing power you would need to modify data in a chain and modify in such a way that it is more than 51% of the nodes is impossible to achieve in terms of financial or computing power, right? Unless you have a quantum computer, which is something that is still under research, so we are okay, right? So in terms of So that's why blockchain is very important in terms of data which is kept on the chain, which cannot be modified. And that is where using a cloud-based system and a blockchain-based system varies, right? If we keep the data in a blockchain-based system, the data once entered cannot be modified. Cannot emphasize more on that. It cannot be modified at all. If you want to modify it, you'll have to put in another record, and the history will actually remain that this was this and it was modified to this, right? And that's how important educational data is to us, that we are trying to keep the entire data set over a distributed blockchain environment. Yeah.
Hello. I'll just give you a live example. If you give a SAT test, okay, either SAT or GRE, GMAT, when you, the testing agency will send you have a username, password, you can download from the testing, right? So that certificate is not valid by any of the education institutes worldwide. The worldwide still ask you, the agency, testing agency has to send them directly, right? You need to put the university code, then you have to pay money, they will send directly. That is when they believe that yes, this GRE certificate is right. So when you are talking about cloud-based, even if the testing center sends you, and if I send it to the university, however, he will not accept unless the GRE agency send it directly. So it means in the cloud-based, nobody is accepting even if it comes from the origin also. So they expect the origin to send them directly. So but what we are trying to do, what he is trying to explain in the blockchain, so we will not be having so many information exchange. Straightforward, when I send an email, they will be able to check. He will explain you later on that.
Okay, so so basically that's why we are using the chain to give it some trust value, or basically we call it a trustless system because you can actually verify it. You don't have to trust the organization by their name value. That's why it is called a trustless system, right? So what exactly are we providing over here? Now, in order to fetch these kind of data or keep these kind of data as a private blockchain. Now, a private blockchain is a place wherein only organizations or people who are validated or permissioned are able to join that network. And it's not just that, the data transfer between these nodes is limited by controlling, using what we call attribute-based access control on the node itself, right? So if you write a smart contract and put it on a private blockchain, you can actually control what data in that application, in that smart contract, will be shared with everyone and what data won't, right? Which is a very powerful thing to have. The only problem with a private blockchain is that unless you have enough nodes, it is moot, because the security comes when it is distributed enough, right? And that's why we are talking about a consortium of educational institutions. We have somewhere around 43,000 colleges in India, more than 1.5 million schools in India, right? And I'm not even going towards the coaching institutes and gaming institutes and music institutes and dance academies and all those things, right? So if you combine them all together, we're talking about millions of different institutes who are revved at providing their data and accepting others' data into their platform, right? So that big of a consortium in itself is much bigger than any public blockchain. And the security factor over there is also much bigger than any public blockchain, because the number of nodes is just too big, right? So that's the basic idea behind it. So what we are doing is we are doing two types of services, or right now we are providing two types of services on that platform. One is a testing platform, one is a certificate platform. Now we'll have to ask the question, what data we really need to capture to identify somebody's talent. What we found out is generally a student's data in a traditional society like India is best captured through examinations which are conducted in regular intervals. Okay, I know it doesn't sound it sounds counterintuitive, because generally people have a phobia of an exam, but it is also true that we have been conditioned in such a way that examination is the place wherein we perform our best, right? Or at least that is where 90% of Indians perform their best, because that is how they have been conditioned, through their entire life. And we cannot change a societal, way of looking at things in one day, right? So that is the best place wherein we can capture the data. But what we are doing is we are not just capturing your scores from there. We are capturing a lot more from there. What we are able to do is we were able to map these questions using AI, or classify these questions using AI into different topics, different subtopics, different difficulty labels, different academic tags, like is it a visual question, is it a mathematical question, is it a fundamental question, right? Is it a logical question? Things like that, which basically gives us a lot more data points to go through when we are classifying students into different career paths, right? Apart from that, we are also capturing data like how much time a certain guy takes to answer a particular question, because that defines how much difficult that question is for that particular student, right? So maybe somebody is very good at maths, he can do maths in his mind, in his brain, right? And a normal calculation question takes him 2 seconds, right? Maybe somebody is very good at 3D thinking or spatial thinking, right? So anything to do with probably a geometrical question or a graph related question or a regression related question, he will probably be able to do a lot more faster than other students. So this basically gives us insights about the student itself to understand where they want to go or where they can easily go, plus where they need to improve if they want to go to a certain place, right? So these are two different things that we are able to capture into that system. And to make sure that this data is available throughout the perpetuity of the student's life and secure to the extent that nobody can actually fake it, we are putting that entire data into our blockchain environment, right? So this is where, sorry? It's part of it. So if you really go, if you want to define blockchain as one sentence, you can think of a blockchain as a distributed database which is append only, which basically means that you cannot modify the data, and that is by design. Okay, if you really want to define it to that simplistic, a single line, right? But that is not doing justice to blockchain's entirety, right? So in order to define blockchain, you need to define the data structure of it, you need to define the consensus of it, because that is what makes blockchain different from a cloud environment. You can easily create an append-only cloud environment database, but I have access to it, so I can actually modify it because I have access to the file system, which is what a hacker would do, right? But in case of a blockchain, you just can't do it. And the reason behind it is in that. So that is what defines a blockchain rather than just a single line of statement saying it's a data communication platform or it's a database system or anything of that sort, right? It's kind of oversimplification of blockchain, right? Yeah. So so basically this is the diagram that we built up to kind of explain what we are trying to do, right, in terms of technology. So as you can see, what happens is we have a LMS which is a SaaS based LMS, which basically has the ability to put in data or put in information about different type of things like academic things, non-academic things like topics, subjects, what course has what subjects, how does the syllabus work, all those information that are needed for the system to evaluate certain questions and topics and tag those, right? So that part is LMS. It also has a digitized classroom, which is an extra service that we provide, right? So that data basically goes or feeds into the test platform, wherein we are having different questions. So we have a lot of different questions that we have created over a period of time, right? Along with that, we are actually using AI to generate new types of questions based on previous questions. So every time you actually go in, which is something that we are working on, so we are using a form of generative algorithm which is similar to what ChatGPT does, is to put in the data. If you have a question which is predefined, you can actually click and create 10 different variants of that particular question, which is again very interesting in terms of specifically mathematical questions wherein you have to change the number to create multiple questions, which saves times for the faculties to actually set the question, also save time for people who want to do practice tests, right? So that's again something that we have worked on. All this data that is captured in the test platform actually feeds into a machine learning model which is refreshed every I think 3 weeks or 4 weeks, right? So the model basically refreshes itself by pulling the data, so it becomes kind of an online system, right? That cleaned up model basically goes into the application where we are using it as a recommendation engine to pull out data and recommend the student certain things. So this is the simplest way I can explain the entire process, right? How many of you have basic understanding of what is machine learning? Machine learning, ML, AI, ML. Okay. So, yeah, please tell. Do tell. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, please. Okay, that's partially correct. So, to be really honest, machine learning is not new. This has been there for I think 40-50 years now. Okay, this has been a new buzzword right now, but a form of machine learning was there back in the 70s when using simple linear regressions, people used to predict oil production or forecasts, right? So, how many of you know the general formula for representing a line in a Cartesian plane? Yeah, sorry? Yes, y is equal to mx plus c, right? Now that formula, that simple formula, right, is basically used to do a linear projection of any data that you have, correct? That is the simplest form of machine learning that you can actually think of. There is no data, there is no training set, there is nothing of that sort, right? If I know the value of m and c, I can basically create a projection algorithm based on that. And I can very easily calculate different values of m and c by creating permutation combinations of the data that I already have, right? So that kind of machine learning has been existing for a long time now, right? The current frame of machine learning that we are looking at forward, right? It's very different, but built on the same basic concepts, right? So we have neural networks, we have transformer logics, we have BERT language model, we have a lot of different types of modeling techniques that are being used to do these kind of stuff, right? But the basic of machine learning is divided into classification and projection, right? So if we can classify certain data without even knowing what categories exist, that is when you can start finding patterns in data. And that is what we are looking at. So what we are using is something called as embeddings. I don't know if you guys know about it, but that's a multidimensional data created for every text, which kind of aligns similar kind of meaning sentences into the same dimensions. Okay, that's the simplest I can put that, right? So you can actually use embeddings and use a dot product of the embedding matrices to find out how much similar that particular data is, right? Creating classifications of data, of text, of times, of different parameters, and create models based on that. The more classifications you do, the more classifications you do, the better understanding you get about the different type of students or different type of placeholders wherein you can chuck in particular students, right? The more so every student that we are trying to classify over here will come on a different spectrum of stuff, right? It's not necessary that somebody will be just good at mathematics, right? There are people who are good at both engineering and literature. There are students who are, or people who have been good at really good at 3D thinking and sculpture making, right? So there have been people who are good at music, at the same time they are very good at solving mathematical problems, right? It is very simplistic of us thinking that the right brain and the left brain will win a war between themselves, right? That doesn't really happen. So in order to do those kind of classification, we need to classify students into multiple different spectrum of things, right? Which basically allows us to correlate multiple unknown types of jobs to one, to create unique profiles for students, which is where they will actually fit in. Okay, so for example, let's say somebody is very good at understanding the biology of a human being, right, and also very good at electronics. What would be the best career option for him? It will be probably making pacemakers, right? So I'm just giving you an example, right? So making pacemakers or making research on pacemaker is something which is very uniquely specific to somebody who has basic understanding of the biology of a human being, also can relate that to electronics, right? Or somebody who wants to do mapping of human brain, which is something that we'll need probably, right? So those kind of stuff can be done by people who understand digital signals, analog signals, as well as neurons, how neurons work and how the biology of that part work, right? So finding those kind of unique talents is what we are looking at this platform, right? So when you create a platform like this and put in different type of classification and then classify students into these unique silos, what happens is we come up with different portfolios which are suited for very unique jobs, which is where currently our corporate system is lacking. Now, sir always asks me why India is not producing Nobel Prize winners, why India is not doing very good at creating new technologies. We are very good at following new technologies, we are very good at implementing those technologies, but we are not actually generating new technologies, right? And one of the reasons for that is we are very singly motivated to go towards one thing, that is money, right? And that's why a lot of CEOs are from India, right? So when you look at things from a money perspective rather than a certification of your own need perspective, what happens is you go towards the education that gives you the most money with the talent that you have, which is generally one thing. It could be engineering, it could be dance, it could be cricket, I'm not denying that, but that is generally one thing, and you become masters of that. What happens then is you have a lot of masters who are in one particular technology, and in the last 100 years we have probably consumed most things that are discoverable or inventable in particular fields, because there have been masters for like 50 years now who have been doing the same research, same thing over and over again. What we need right now are people who are masters in multiple things, so that they can correlate and do new inventions, come up with new strategies, right? And that is where the platform actually comes into play. So these are basically the data that we are collecting. Yeah, so this is kind of a classification technique that I just went through. This is K-mean and naive Bayes that we use. We used to use this, now we are using embeddings as well. So we are doing a lot of time-based analysis as well. So okay, do let me know if the technical part is becoming too much. I can always pass it on to sir for more towards.
No, we can have a question and session. Yeah. Anybody can ask any questions.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so actually I have a research paper on a similar topic in blockchain in healthcare.
Okay, great.
And I'm also using permission blockchain.
Right.
But what I want to ask you is how using a permission blockchain in this case is better than using a already established public blockchain with simple asymmetric cryptography.
Right. Okay.
You're talking about healthcare?
No, for this case.
For education?
Yeah,
okay.
For this case.
Yeah. Okay, so great question. So what is stopping from our educational institutions right now to share data. Why would KIT University won't give out its data to something like a ITR?
For privacy reasons.
Correct. What is, why they don't feel that the data sharing is secure? Because it's not just privacy, it's also their business, right? You have a lot of users, so you have a lot of students. If you give out all those student information to somebody else, there is a chance that they will poach them, right? Correct? So these are basic on the field problems of running a business when you compare it to an academic, right? When you are doing an academic study on it, you won't think about these things. That is when you would think that it's okay, we are just putting these data into a public blockchain. These data are not really that sensitive, so why not use a public blockchain? But when you actually go and talk to these educational institutions, for them this is more than their Excel report, because they really don't care about their Excel report, right? What they care about is their business, right? When it comes to that, that information is sacrosanct for them. So there are things they are ready to share. There are things they are not. When you give the power to them to define what data they can share and what data they can't, that is when they will adapt this technology. Otherwise, adaptation of these technology over a period of time, right, will become that much more difficult, right? There are two more reasons why we are using a private blockchain rather than a public blockchain. What happens tomorrow if all Ethereum nodes go down?
Yeah, the data is lost.
Correct?
Yeah.
Do you have any control on all the Ethereum nodes?
No.
If I put in an Ethereum node and all the Ethereum node goes down, is there any security left? No? What happens when you are creating a consortium of educational institutions and putting the private blockchain on their servers? You are automatically creating, which is, if not better, actually even more secure than the public blockchain, right? There is a third reason behind it. Whenever you do a transaction on public blockchain,
it costs a lot.
You'll have to pay the crypto price of it. The crypto market is so volatile that I cannot predict for the heck of it how much it will cost me per transaction. So if I cannot predict it, I cannot put in a price on that. If I cannot put in a price in simple terms, I cannot sell the service to the educational institutions. If I cannot sell the service to the educational system, my business collapses, right? When it goes to a private blockchain, what happens is there is no currency cost, right? So this transaction is basically free, but I am giving you all the blockchain benefits. So it kind of suits into this particular. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Any other questions, please? Somebody is there.
Behind.
But sir, for running your own private blockchain, you will need the necessary equipment like for the nodes, etc. So what about that cost? You are saving the gas price,
No, we are okay. So that's if I am spending or running the node on my own, then I am owning that node.
Yes, true.
So that basically defeats the purpose of a blockchain. The idea is the educational institutions themselves will own the server wherein their node executes. The chain provides certain services in terms of smart contract and allows them to communicate within themselves, right? So the server cost is actually put on the client.
Okay.
Correct? So that basically makes sure that the data that they have provided is still on the network in a hash form or the actual form, right? They have the ability to actually join or leave at any point of time, which makes it flexible, right? And the third most important thing, it doesn't cost us anything.
Yeah, that's true. I know.
Yeah, please.
As you say, the certificate are also stored in a blockchain. Likely a student want to don't share, there is 3 certificate. In once he was just failed, he don't want to share it. But as you say, when you share the data to a institution or a particular corporate office to verification, it will show all the details, but he does not want to show one of his details. So on that time, what he do?
No, but anyhow the verification will be done, right?
Likely one student failed in +2. He goes for diploma.
Correct.
correct, he does not want to show his +2 marks.
Why not?
On that time,
Okay, so when you don't show that,
Then it's fraud, right?
for 2 years, you have a gap.
Yes.
Which will anyways be found out by the recruiting agencies, right?
Yes.
And for that, the company who is recruiting you will be spending 22,000 rupees just to
Verify.
validate your profile, which is an extra cost for them. You are not saving anything because anyways that thing will come out, right? So what's the point of it? There is absolutely no point of it. What is the let me answer the other way.
Okay.
Let's say you share your data.
Yes.
Let's say you tell them that okay, I failed in 12th and then I went for a diploma wherein I succeeded. Now I'm doing my engineering and after this finishing this, right now I'm eligible to actually join you, which basically shows them a trend of upward movement in your career path, right? Which is actually more desirable when it comes to hiring placement rather than a flat career path wherein people scored 80% in their 10th, 80% in their 12th, 80% in their engineering.
yes.
You got my point?
Yes.
So, as a matter of principle over here, right? The data that is actually shared is shared or permissioned by the source. When I
Okay.
say the source, the college who is actually putting the data in,
Okay.
right? So, if the college actually allows the data to be moved to the recruiting agency, that data will actually be moved to the recruiting agency, right? But the idea behind this is when people feel secure about sharing their data, right? A college will always share maximum data possible from their end to the recruiting agencies because specifically in India, a lot of colleges basically runs on the promise of recruitment, correct?
Yes.
So that's the end product of it. The more data they give out to their recruiting agencies, the better the chance the recruiting agency have to actually hire people, right? The more people they hire, the better name the college gains, and that becomes a vicious cycle.
Yes. Another problem was the your blockchain is private. If it is a private blockchain, sir, centralized processing unit, no.
No. Okay, so the difference between a public blockchain and a private blockchain is a public blockchain is something that you as a human being with access to certain servers, okay, or certain minimum requirements of a computer and a good internet can basically download the entire node and run it on your own without asking anybody, okay. A private network is when you have to ask the consortium to actually join that network. So we need to have the data restricted from being handed over to institutions which doesn't exist or fake institutions who are not there. So whenever a new client actually joins the network, they are vetted through. So be it a corporate, be it an educational institution, be it a coaching institution, whatever, they are vetted through. And only after their vetting process, they can actually join the network. That doesn't mean it is centralized.
Yes,
right?
I got it. Thank you, sir.
Sir, in this one of the slides you have given a point, data collected then fed into classification engine followed by recommendation engine. Over here, sir, like I'm able to understand why the classification engine is required, but why is the recommendation engine required in this case,
Okay,
sir?
a very good question. So, let's say, so what was the point of starting this? What was the basic vision or the problem statement which we have or the idea that we had that made us start this?
So it was that you could connect all the universities together.
No. So the initial idea was we think or we know that most people are programmed and not educated. What do we mean by that?
So they're just knowing the knowledge which they are given at this particular point, but not.
Well, that's one part of it, but the other part of it is they are following set paths, right? They are following set paths, the set path of engineering. So if you want to succeed in your life, what you'll have to do is you'll have to finish your 10th with good marks, then go to +2 and then finish it with good marks, then probably clear something like an IIT, right? Then go to IIM, and then you can become a Shriko, right? But that's not the only path, right? And that's where we want to come in. And how do we come in with it? Doing the classification and then collating that data to create recommendations in terms of unique career paths that students can take. Also, if a student wants to particularly go for a particular career and he is lacking a certain skill, right, we can recommend him what to do in order to go or take that skill or upskill himself to be there, right? It may work, it may not work, that side of things. But if we can recommend him the career path he is actually set for and the career path that he wants to go and how to recommend it or how to achieve it, then we are creating an end-to-end platform that can actually be helpful to the students that we are trying to address. Right? Yeah.
Now to address this, see there are a lot of people, who change their career in the mid career. You know Harsh Bogle, he was from IIM working in Citibank and all, then he went to commentary. Had he known, say 20 years back, he's pretty good, interested in cricket and commentator could be a good career option for him. Probably he would have not gone to the IIMs. Okay, he could have left long back. So those, we are trying to see how those options we can know at an early level. Early, maybe you are at say 16 years, 17 years, some early trends it will show what you are interested in. A lot of people who are very good in dance and they are also good in studies. So there is a combination. If you, probably India doesn't have, but a lot of other places in United States or UK, you can have your engineering as well as dance into your curriculum, and you can do the degree in both. You can come out with masters in music with masters in electrical engineering. All that combination is very much possible overseas. So we are trying to see what is the best combination suitable for you. Some people could be very good in debates, right? But you are attending a lot of debates, but somehow it's not captured in the system. System only says you are studying physics, chemistry, maths. But if you use the current, this system, then this part also will be captured. Okay, so we are trying to see what are the best interests. Even a lot of children, they also don't know themselves what is the best interest. Somebody might be very good in cooking, right? So with a lot of master chef, that option is also pretty good, pretty lucrative right now. So various options, what interests you basically. It's all about, we are at an age, our parents were probably not, we were not that lucky, my age and all, because our parents had certain financial constraint and all. But today's age with lot of limitation, lot of data, and the economy has gone up, people can afford it. I would suggest people to go after their own passion rather than just doing what the society is telling. Just run after your passion. I think you will be successful. That is the whole idea.
Just to add to that, a lot of people don't even know their passion. They think that a YouTube video is cool. That's why YouTube is their passion as well, right? So that's where the recommendation engine actually comes in, to help you understand where your passion lies.
No, basically why you study electrical engineering is because you score some rank, right? The rank doesn't allow you to study something else. So you choose IIT electrical, but electrical may not be a passion, you could be aeronautical, but you didn't get the seat. Okay, so had you known earlier, at least you probably will think, no, let me become aeronautical, if not IIT, let me go to somewhere else. That's the passion is. If your passion is there, you even over a period of 10-15 years, you can cross any IITN. So many people have been very successful non-IIT, non-premium institutes, right? So you just have to match your passion and energy, that's all.
Sure, you can ask me. Sure. No, it's not that simple in terms of actually how it works, okay? But the idea is a recommendation engine with the classification there can basically map out what are the combination of the classifications the guy is good at, and that leads to what kind of successful careers or options that guy is at, okay? But in terms of how it works technically, that's probably going to take me 5 to 6 hours to explain, right? So that won't be part of the scope. Yeah.
Alright, sorry. So when you were differentiating between public and private blockchains, the private blockchain seemed pretty solid and it got me interested in it as well. Like, I'm pretty sure it won't leak any of my data. But when we talk about public blockchains, it feels as if the data is still available, and if the data is still available, it is exposed to many people around the world. And so the question is basically, how can that data be misused? It depends on the data, but how can we like prevent those datas which are in the public databases?
Where to use private blockchain and where to use public blockchain. So there are use cases wherein public blockchain comes into play, and there are use cases wherein private blockchain comes into play. When I say the data is actually available, I don't mean the data in the terms of database is available, right? What I mean is transactional data is available over there in terms of what is stored. Okay? What I mean by that, if you dive deep into it, you can actually store certain things in a smart contract, wherein the data will be, you can encrypt it and store it. Nobody is going to find it out. You can use asymmetric encryption for that. You can use RSA-based encryption for that. You can use multiple ways of decrypting those things, right? Time-based, windowed encryption. There are thousands of different possibilities, right? But having said that, if you do not have multiple nodes available with you, a private blockchain will only become viable when you have more than probably 10 parties. Okay? If it is between 2 parties or 3 parties, right? And that's where the application sits, then it is not viable to use a private blockchain, because in simplest term, it is not secure enough. We, in this particular case, can use a private blockchain because we have so many different parties, right? And unless we reach the critical mass, the blockchain is not secure, and that is something that is pretty well known, right? But once you have 10 clients, once we have 200 clients, then the network is way secure. Once we reach 20,000 clients, it is way more secure than something like a Polygon, because Polygon has what, around 5,000 nodes right now? Correct. So that's the difference over there. In the simplest term, not everything needs to go to blockchain in the world. If you have a transaction, multiple parties are involved, only then it needs to go to a blockchain. And when you have multiple corporate parties, please sit down. If you have multiple corporate parties who are ready to host your node, and they do not want that data to go out, only in that case private blockchain comes into play. Otherwise, there is no.
It is as if the amount of users is directly proportional to the security that we get.
Yeah, it's not about exactly users. The users are people
who have added their data to it.
Yes. So in this case, it is educational institutions, but the users are actually the students, the faculties, right? So it doesn't depend. So if we have one institution with 50 lakh people, it doesn't add to the security. But if we have 500 institutions with 1,000 students each, it adds to more, it becomes more secure. So let me put it that way. Yes, the amount of security that we have. Correct.
Thank you, sir.
So first of all, I wanna say that I hope that in future this will be used as a alternative of LinkedIn and all, like people use it.
Hopefully.
Yes, and so my question is that like in cloud, we have administrator roles and different kinds of role for accessibility and editing and all. I wanna know about what kind of roles we get there.
You can use any kind of roles that you want. So what we do is, there is a technique called attribute-based access control. ABAC. Okay, so there is, in terms of access control, there is RBAC, there is ABAC, which is role-based access control, attribute-based access control, and if you go back, there was ACL, right? You can effectively tell the system. So the way we have built the system is that you can effectively tell the system that if a particular data has a certain attribute, then that data is only accessible to a certain type of people. Okay. So it's that flexible in terms of making it. That is something that depends on how you are writing the smart contracts, to be honest, right? You can make the entire data unsecured by writing a bad smart contract, but that is true for all softwares. Yes. So it has the flexibility to put in as much access control as you want over there. Also, in certain permission blockchain, there is a concept called private data. It basically means the data is actually stored in the node of or specific nodes, not all the nodes, and all other nodes will just have the hash of that particular node, which basically makes sure that the blockchain algorithm works properly, but the data itself is not actually shared by them. So when they actually download or go through their block file, they will not be able to find even the encrypted form of the data of something which is private data to another party. Okay? So these kind of security measures are put into a private blockchain in order for that to work properly. But this is just the surface of it. There are thousands of different things that can be done. I don't think I can explain everything in a session like this.
I had another question. So, sir, can you please show the previous slide where the
this one?
Previous one. Again, please. Again. So as you can see, like you could store the question banks and exam details all in the blockchain. Then why are you using MongoDB up there?
So MongoDB is used to actually store the tagging information, the academic information, which is kind of same for everybody, and which becomes basically part of the application itself. So I'll give you an example. So we have questions data which gets stored in the on the network, because question data is sacrosanct, right? It cannot be modified because then things will change. But the tagging data of it, or the master data that is used to tag to that question, right? So things like syllabus, things like what are the courses available, things like topic division, things like different type of tags that are available in the system. Those system doesn't need to be stored into a blockchain, because there is also something that you'll have to realize. A blockchain by nature is slow, because you have a distributed system and it has to commit to 51% of all the nodes in order to work. So depending on the network speed, things will be slow. We do not want a slow system wherever possible. So we're using a combination of Web 2 and Web 3 technologies to put in certain data into the blockchain, which is mostly transactional data, and all other data into a MongoDB, wherein we put in the master data, which is not really transactional data. So if you talk about data modeling, so there are fact tables and there are dimension tables. So fact table is a transaction table which basically goes onto a blockchain. All the dimensions effectively can go into MongoDB.
Thank you, sir.
Expose it to the other institutions. Why will they? What benefit will they get from your concept?
So do you want to take this?
Okay. First of all, when any institute hires you, they do a verification anyhow. They are doing it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's a very time-consuming process. If they use our system, and if IIT Bhubaneswar say whoever is coming for the placement, all the say 10 companies are coming, IIT Bhubaneswar says everybody's profile to only those 10 companies, so it will be easier for them on the spot. They can decide. They don't have to again use a third party to verify whether you are really passed from IIT Bhubaneswar or not. So every company, when they do a recruitment, they do all the verification process. So we want to make it very easy for all the corporates, and the same times when you apply for a master's also, anywhere you apply, they still need, apart from the recommendation letters from your professors, they still want to verify your mark sheet, verify the certificate, whether you send your Xerox copies or scan and send it. There is a third party they use to verify whether you really passed or not. Okay, so that is the reason why most of the we believe most of the universities will come on the platform, so that it will be easy for everybody, and including the credit system which government has right now, the credit transfer and all that. So all that can be becoming very easy to use it in future.
Okay, sir.
Sir, in this case, a notes university stores the data of their students only, or of all the students in the network?
Sorry, can you repeat it?
In this case, a notes university stores the data of their students only, or of all the students in the network?
No, each university will store in their own server.
Yeah,
they will be connected through our platform only. So, for example, IIT Delhi wants these 10 people from IIT Bhubaneswar, only those 10 with the permission of Bhubaneswar will be shared. Data will be with each of the institute. We don't store any data. We only store the hash. on the
So
blockchain.
the institute can change the data in the future.
No. If they change the data with that blockchain.
No, if it's already in the blockchain, will they change anything, it will reflect. So only the source can change. Anybody else change, it will also, it will dictate as fraud, but if the source change, it will show as a amendment.
Okay.
Yeah.
The last.
Hello sir, my name is Shan Mandal. Like there is government service ABCID, all of us know that. So how is different from your BAS service from ABCID?
Okay, great. This is something most VCs have asked us. Okay, so what does ABC do?
Like the tool is we can share our previous mark sheet and educational details to other
Yeah,
institute.
but it's basically putting credits for things that you have done in a formalized educational academic college which is affiliated to ABC and giving you the ability to transfer those credits from one formal educational academic college which is affiliated to ABC to another. Okay.
Okay.
So what we are trying to do here is create an entire student portfolio without considering only academic formal institutions. What we are trying to create over here is put in data that is sensitive or that is detailed enough to understand where the student needs to go and where the student's career forecast should be. So it's a completely different.
Like portfolio type.
It's not just a portfolio. What you'll have to understand is we are talking about storing data from schools. We have schools in our platform. We have engineering colleges in our platform. We have MTech colleges in our platform. We have BSc colleges on our platform. BCom colleges on our platform. So any student whose data we have from the school till he graduates, right? Minute data like all the tests, not just scores, but how much time he took on every question in that particular test. What kind of questions he was good at, what topics he was good at, what kind of cognitive thinking he is good at. That kind of information when you put together and put it on a dashboard, that basically tells you what kind of person that guy is and where in his career he will succeed the most.
Like characteristics, like he is in computer science, is good in computer science.
Kind of, yes.
Right.
If he is in computer science, doesn't make him good in computer science. If he has done good with computer programming, that makes him good in computer science, right? And that's the difference of thinking that we'll have to bring in.
Like
right?
dashboard type. Okay.
Kind of, yes.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think you can make it last.
So like, do you have any current customers, like have you collaborated with any institute or schools now?
Yes, we have.
Like how many schools?
There are now 3 institutes which is live, but we have been speaking to about another 10. So probably in next 2 months they will be also be there.
So I've just finished the MVP and we are right now with 3 as a pilot run and we are talking to 10 more to get in and make the platform.
Okay, so like they are paying you.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Fine. Thank you.
So are the students part of this consortium? Like can they access their own portfolio or they can change anything in the portfolio?
They can access their portfolio but they cannot change anything.
They cannot change it?
No.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why that is. So student cannot judge themselves.
No,
But
like if they have achieved something or they have a same certificate, like we can upload in like LinkedIn,
but
and then the
how do I
authority
prove
will,
it? That the
the authority will recheck it and they will like
then the authority
verify
themselves
will.
needs to upload it. So what we are talking about is the source needs to be on this. So let's say an authority has a
आज मुझे खुशी हो रही है पिछले 9 सालों में 18 लाख करोड़ रुपए हाईवे पर, रेलवे पर, एयरवे पर, मेट्रो पर खर्च हो गए। 18 लाख करोड़। इस साल 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए खर्च हो रहा है। आपको जानकर खुशी होगी 9 साल के अंदर नेशनल हाईवे, राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग 54,000 किलोमीटर बन गए हैं। आपको जानकर के खुशी होगी 616 किलोमीटर 616 किलोमीटर मेट्रो रेल बन गई है। आपको जानकर खुशी होगी, राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग एक दिन में 5 किलोमीटर बना करता था 2014 में। आज यही रेलवे मार्ग 5.6 किलोमीटर बना करता था। आज रेल की पटरी प्रतिदिन 14.3 किलोमीटर बन रही है। आपको जानकर खुशी होगी कि 12 किलोमीटर राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग प्रतिदिन बना करता था। आज 29 किलोमीटर प्रतिदिन राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग राष्ट्र को समर्पित हो रही है। यह बदलता भारत है, इसको भी हमको समझना चाहिए। मित्रों, आपको जानकर खुशी होगी, 9 साल में 74 एयरपोर्ट बने। 70 साल में 74 एयरपोर्ट बने और मोदी जी ने 9 साल के अंदर 74 नए एयरपोर्ट बना करके दिए, और यह भी हमारे विकास की एक नई। आज जो बाइडेन साहब भारत को प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत कर रहे थे, पिछली रात आपने टेलीविजन पर देखा होगा। आपको मालूम है, भारत ने, यह बदलता भारत 470 एयरबस बोइंग, जिसमें 200 बोइंग है और 270 एयरबस है, इसका ऑर्डर भारत ने दिया है। भारत ने 470 बोइंग और एयरबस। जो बाइडेन क्या कहते हैं कि हमारे यहां इससे 10 लाख लोगों को नौकरी मिलेगी और 44 राज्यों में हमारे आर्थिक विकास होगा। ये आज भारत देने की स्थिति में आया है। मैक्रोन, फ्रांस के राष्ट्रपति, वो हस्ताक्षर करते समय वहां उपस्थित होते हैं, और ऋषि सुनक जो ब्रिटेन के प्रधानमंत्री हैं, वो कहते हैं कि रोल्स रॉयस की आप इंजन हमसे ले रहे हो। वो समय दूर नहीं है जब भारत 5वीं नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था से 3री नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगा। आज ये भारत की छवि बनी है। मित्रों, मैं विकास की बहुत से आपको आयाम बताना चाहूंगा, लेकिन मैं आपको यह भी बताना चाहता हूं, गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित, किसान, युवा, इनकी तस्वीर और तकदीर बदलने का काम और किसी ने नहीं किया। 9 सालों के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने करके दिया है। यह भी हम आपको बताना। आज आपको जानकर आश्चर्य होगा, मैं क्यों कहता हूं कि उड़ीसा इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट बैकवर्ड स्टेट। आप सोचिए, 23 साल से नवीन बाबू मुख्यमंत्री की कुर्सी पर बैठे हैं। आज प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना में जहां 80 करोड़ की जनता को प्रधानमंत्री जी 5 किलो गेहूं या 5 किलो चावल, 1 किलो दाल दे रहे हैं, तो आपको जानकर आश्चर्य होगा कि उड़ीसा जिसकी आबादी 4.5 करोड़ है, उसमें से 3.5 करोड़ प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना में अन्न प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। क्या है, कहां पहुंचा दिया? 23 साल से तुम राज कर रहे हो, और मोदी जी ने यही प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना के कारण जो भारत की गरीबी 22% पर खड़ी थी, उसको घटा करके 10% से भी कम कर दिया है। यह हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। आपको जानकर के खुशी होगी कि भारत की अति गरीबी अब 1% से भी नीचे आ गई है। 1% से भी नीचे आ गई। यह है बदलता भारत। अब प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना की मैं बात करूं, 4 करोड़ घर दिए गए। 4 करोड़ प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के तहत। और यहां भी आपके यहां 72 लाख घर सैंक्शन हो गए। 72 लाख घर, 29 लाख घर बनने का प्रक्रिया शुरू हो गई। लेकिन दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है, मोदी जी एक तरफ 75 लाख घर उड़ीसा को देते हैं, तो वहीं यहां पर घोटाले पे घोटाला होता है और पात्र को नहीं मिलता है, और जो पात्र नहीं है उसको दिया जाता है। यह घोटाला होता है। मैं चाहूंगा भारत सरकार इंक्वायरी बैठाए। मैं गिरिराज जी से बात करूंगा, और दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी किया जाएगा। उड़ीसा के लोगों को जो पात्र हैं उनको घर मिलेगा, और जो भ्रष्टाचार जिसने किया है उसको जेल भेजा जाएगा। यह व्यवस्था की जाएगी, यह भी मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं। प्रधानमंत्री स्वच्छता अभियान में भी 11 करोड़ टॉयलेट बने, और 11 करोड़ टॉयलेट में से 71 लाख टॉयलेट हमारे उड़ीसा में बने। यानी सोचिए 9 साल पहले क्या स्थिति थी। 71 लाख इज्जत घर, मतलब 71 लाख बहनें अपने दैनिक जीवन के क्रम के लिए खेतों में जाया करती थी। कैसा भारत था, कैसा उड़ीसा था। आज 11 करोड़ लोगों को इज्जत देने का काम किया है तो नरेंद्र मोदी ने किया है। अगर 71 लाख बहनों को इज्जत देने का काम किया है तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने उड़ीसा की बहनों को किया है। यह भी आपको ध्यान रखना चाहिए। जल जीवन मिशन में 9.9 करोड़ यानी 9 करोड़ 90 लाख लोगों के घर में 9 करोड़ 90 लाख लोगों के घर में पानी पहुंचाने का काम मोदी जी ने किया है, जिसमें 51 लाख उड़ीसा में घरों में पानी पहुंचाया गया है। आयुष्मान भारत में 11 करोड़ लोगों को जोड़ा गया। लेकिन यहां पर हमारे नवीन बाबू ने कहा चाइना चाहिए नहीं, हम आपको 5 लाख रुपए का हेल्थ कवर देना चाहते हैं। लेकिन नवीन बाबू नहीं चाहते कि उड़ीसा की जनता को मोदी जी का हेल्थ कवर पहुंच सके और आपके स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा हो सके। प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि 10 करोड़ 78 लाख लोगों को प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि मिल रही है, और 32 लाख लोग हमारे यहां के उड़ीसा के हैं जिनको ये सुविधा मिल रही है। ये भी आप ध्यान रखिए। मित्रों और विशेष करके पत्रकार बंधु, मैं चाहूंगा कि दुनिया में ये जो कांग्रेसी हैं ये निशुद्ध अनपढ़ हैं, ये बिल्कुल अनपढ़ हैं, और ये गलत तरीके की राजनीति करने कर भ्रामक चीज फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। क्या कहते हैं? गरीबी। मैंने आपको बता दिया 1% से कम आ गई अति गरीबी, 10% से कम आ गई गरीबी। ये कहते हैं महंगाई। मैं आपके सामने आंकड़े रखना चाहता हूं, और मेरे भाइयों नोट कर लेना। दुनिया में कोरोना की मार पड़ी, दुनिया में यूक्रेन के लड़ाई का मार का सप्लाई चेन पर असर पड़ा। लेकिन आप आंकड़े सुन लो, फ्रांस में ग्रोथ रेट 6.8% है, यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स का जीडीपी का ग्रोथ रेट 5.9% है, ब्राजील का 4.6% है, कनाडा का 4.5% है, साउथ कोरिया का 4.1% है, जर्मनी का 2.6% है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया का 2.2% है, और भारत का ग्रोथ रेट 8.7 पर खड़ा है, 8.7 पर खड़ा है। पत्रकार बंधु, मेरे आंकड़ों को नोट करके इन कांग्रेसी अनपढ़ों से पूछना कि तुमको ग्रोथ रेट समझ में आता है। मैं आपको महंगाई समझाता हूं, इन्फ्लेशन, जिसको अंग्रेजी में इन्फ्लेशन कहते हैं। फ्रांस का इन्फ्लेशन 5.1%, यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स का, अमेरिका का इन्फ्लेशन 4.9%, यूरो एरिया का 6.1%, ऑस्ट्रेलिया का 7%, इटली का 7.6%, यूनाइटेड किंगडम का 8.7%, और भारत का इन्फ्लेशन 4.2% है, 4.2%। मैं आपको खाद्य सामग्री के इन्फ्लेशन के बारे में भी बताना चाहता हूं, वो भी सुन लीजिए। फ्रांस का खाद्य सामग्री, खाने की सामग्री का इन्फ्लेशन, महंगाई, फ्रांस की 14.3%, यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स की 6.7%, जर्मनी की 14.5%, यूरोप की 16.41%, स्वीडन की 16.86%, यूनाइटेड किंगडम इंग्लैंड की 19%, पाकिस्तान 48.65% और भारत 2.9%, 2.9%। यह है बदलता भारत। आओ मेरे साथ, मैं कांग्रेसियों को कहूंगा, आओ मेरे साथ चर्चा करो, आंकड़ों के साथ करो। आज अमेरिका बोल रहा है कि 10 लाख लोगों को नौकरियां और एम्प्लॉयमेंट देने का काम भारत कर रहा है, और भारत में जिस तरीके से विकास की नई गंगा बह रही है, हम विकास को दर को बढ़ा रहे हैं। ये अनपढ़ कांग्रेसी नहीं जानते कि जब इकोनॉमी बढ़ती है तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी बढ़ती है और रोजगार भी मिलता है, रोजगार के साधन भी मिलते हैं। ये इनको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। इसलिए पत्रकार बंधु, मैं आपसे निवेदन करूंगा, दुनिया में आर्थिक मंदी है, लेकिन मॉर्गन स्टैनली बैंक कहता है कि भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में दुनिया में सबसे मजबूत अर्थव्यवस्था खड़ी है, तो वो भारत की खड़ी है। ये भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। इसलिए मित्रों, मैं अब अगर उड़ीसा की बात करूं तो मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा, आप बताइए पुरी के रेलवे स्टेशन का रीडेवलपमेंट हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है? आप बताइए कटक के रेलवे स्टेशन का रीडेवलपमेंट हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है? आप बताइए भुवनेश्वर के रेलवे स्टेशन का रीडेवलपमेंट हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है? आप बताइए उड़ीसा में सारे रेलवे ट्रैक इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन हो गया है कि नहीं हो गया है? उड़ीसा के सारे रेलवे ट्रैक का इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन हो गया है। जल जीवन मिशन में 3,323 करोड़ रुपए इस साल खर्च हो रहे हैं। उसी तरीके से आपको परमानेंट कैंपस जो है उसका फाउंडेशन स्टोन इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट का संबलपुर में रख दिया गया है और उसमें भी 401 करोड़ रुपए खर्च हो रहे हैं। इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस एंड एजुकेशन एंड रिसर्च, इसमें 1,582 करोड़ रुपए खर्च हो रहे हैं। उसी तरीके से स्किल इंडिया इंटरनेशनल सेंटर, स्किल डेवलपमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट भुवनेश्वर में, वह भी आज विराजमान होकर के खड़ा है। मैं हमारे धर्मेंद्र जी को इसके लिए बधाई देना चाहूंगा। ये स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्टर थे। उड़ीसा को मोदी जी ने स्किल इंडिया इंटरनेशनल सेंटर एंड स्किल डेवलपमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट बना करके दिया है। उसी तरीके से सॉफ्टवेयर टेक्नोलॉजी पार्क, ये भी संबलपुर में बना करके दिया है। गति शक्ति में मल्टी मॉडल कार्गो टर्मिनल दिया है और उसी तरीके से 104 एकलव्य मॉडल रेजिडेंशियल स्कूल बनाए जा रहे हैं, जिसमें 32 स्कूल फंक्शनल हो गए हैं। ये भी आप ध्यान रखिए। मुझे खुशी है कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जब मैं स्वास्थ्य मंत्री था तो मैंने आपको 7 मेडिकल कॉलेज दिए थे, 7 मेडिकल कॉलेज, 7 मेडिकल कॉलेज, जिसमें से 4 फंक्शनल हो गए हैं, 3 फंक्शनल हो गए हैं और 4 को जल्दी से फंक्शनल हो जाएंगे। हमारे बालासोर 189 करोड़ रुपीस का, बारीपादा मयूरभंज 189 करोड़ का, बोलंगीर 189 करोड़ का, कोरापुट ये भी 189 करोड़ का, पुरी में 189 करोड़ का, जाजपुर में 250 करोड़ का और कालाहांडी में आपके यहां 325 करोड़ का मेडिकल कॉलेज बनाया जा रहा है, 325। यह है हमारा रिपोर्ट कार्ड, यह है छाती ठोक के बोलने की ताकत, यह है हमारे नेताओं की ताकत, जिन्होंने बोलांगीर के लिए भी, जिन्होंने कालाहांडी के लिए भी, जिन्होंने उड़ीसा के लिए भी विकास में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में
with us. So we will be taking surprise attendance. So please be very careful that you are present all time in this room. And if you leave, let us know. You can have lunch. We will meet at 2.
खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़बू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़बू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आम प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आम हेउछु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आम प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आम हेउछु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आम प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आम प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आम प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आम होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आम प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आम होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे।
Years, started my startup journey in the university itself. I was a student in Manipal University. So during my college, I started 2 startups. One was good and one failed miserably. So it's okay to kind of embrace failure and then apply those concepts as you go forward. And I think the number one reason which had, led the failure was I think lack of knowledge, lack of hand holding, and definitely as you go forward, you will, try to open up lots of concepts that are relevant to your startup, right? There are lots of theories around the startups, right? Startup is not a new concept, it's been there for ages. So let us try to, reflect on those concepts which can be applied immediately in your journey. So in this session, we'll try to understand market types for startups, for early stage startups, and we have customer segmentation, carving the niche, and all these details are there. But generally, it's not such a linear approach. What you see on my screen is not a linear approach. It's something like this. This is generally the way the startups look. So if I would have taken this slide first, probably it would have taken you 10 more minutes to understand what exactly it is. Right? Even yesterday we had sessions talking about the approach, right? It's basically non-linear. You have lots of, focus to detail. You have to work on the concepts such as iterative process. You need to figure out niche. You need to figure out so many jargons which are there on my screen. And to the next slide, this is generally the startup founders. Both of you very optimistic, taking one step at a time. But as I said, the journey is not linear. It's not a line. It's basically messed up, right? It's kind of unknowns. Like yesterday, again, we discussed about the design thinking, right? So the concepts of design thinking, those are used in these landscapes where you don't know where you are and you don't know the problem that you are trying to solve, and then you don't even know the solution that you're planning to work on, right? So if you are in this situation, then you are at the right place. So we'll go to the next step. We'll try to move it and try to make it as a linear process. The messy, non-linear process can, to a certain extent, be made simplified, can be systematically, framed so that you can reduce the risk and, drive the process. So the number one step before you even jump into identifying the solution and the problem, etc., it's important to figure out the type of market you are in. So Steve Blank, a very well-known figure in the startup ecosystem, had broken down the types of startup into 4 basic formats. So there are basically 4 types of startups. I'm sure some of you might be aware of this. Existing, resegmented, new market, and closed, right? So this is the type of market that generally startups are into. Why do you think we need to, even try to understand the type of market? You know the reason? Because we are trying to move from the unknowns. We are trying to, move from hypothesis, assumptions to more validation, more, known approach, right? And one tool can really help you. That is, segmenting yourself in terms of what exactly is the type of your market. And try to understand, because it really helps you in terms of understanding the size of your market. It also helps you to understand the cost of the entry, and the cost of running these startups, the cost of marketing. Right? So many things are associated with that, right? So this is very important. As you go forward, you have to work on the sales. You have to also work on acquiring the customers, take care of the finance. So all of that, can be really helpful if you understand the type of market. So I'll come to each and every type in a while, right? So how many of you are aware of these types? Maybe quick raise of hands. Yes, 1, 2. Okay. So we will spend little more time because just 2 of you might be aware of this. So
Firstly, if I talk about the existing market, right, before I go even to the customer segment, it's important to understand that these markets are full of competition. The products are well known, and the solution or the problem is also kind of, quite known to the people. So while you're working in existing market, it is important for you to do the competition analysis, look at for the alternatives. So any example here, existing market, where the problem is well known, the solutions are also there, anything in general. Maybe a quick answer. Sorry? UPI payment applications. Okay. Okay, great. Affordable phones. Okay. Okay. Yes. ONDC services. Yeah, the existing, the classical services, right? So affordable phones, again, it's segmenting into a particular area. So I can come with a simple example of using a commodity, general commodity. For example, you're ordering rice, you'll have like 10, 15 proper branded rice, and then again you have to look at again unorganized sector. You'll find rice commonly. Or let's talk about your clothes. Clothes again is a very much of an existing market, right? So you don't have much of a thinking capacity. The customer does not have to think 10 times to really figure out what do I need to do, or shall I take this or that. So that's basically the existing market. And talking about the resegmented market, we have a gentleman here who said that affordable phones, right? The market can be a mobile phone, but affordability, when you're trying to focus on something, when you're trying to add some innovation, trying to build some creativity there, try to build some new solutions to the existing landscape, to the existing alternative or the existing problem area, then you're trying to resegment yourself, right? So examples can be trying to curate, trying to add some nudge to the existing landscape. So it can be affordable phones, it can be innovation in, let's say, smart TV, absolutely. Building in some products which are much more needed, or maybe focusing to a particular set of customers, right? So that's basically resegmented market. If you're focusing on, let's say, in Orissa, I'm sure you have lots of restaurants, but if you're focusing on very specific, let's say a Korean restaurant, so that makes it as a resegmented restaurant. It's something which is unique. I hope it's clear, resegmented. Yes, all good. Last row, yes. If you are, yes, good question. Yes, absolutely. So if you are focusing on the premium or the luxury end as a startup, then definitely you are resegmenting the market. Absolutely. Setting some constraints is important here while you are doing the resegmented. Then we come to the so-called new markets, right? So the new markets are companies like Tesla, companies which are disrupting, people don't really know. Now you have the company OpenAI working on ChatGPT, right? So these are the new companies with disruptive, solutions. People might not really know the potential of ChatGPT as of now. We don't know what exactly is the problem that the ChatGPT can solve, right? So that's basically unknown unknowns. You still are figuring out what are the possibilities of ChatGPT, what are the possibilities of these solutions right here. So new market, the competition is very less. The people or the customers, to be more precise, need to get some education. They need some awareness about even first of all understanding the problem, right? Sometimes it's important that you as a startup educate the customers in terms of understanding where exactly is the problem, are the customers really in the problem or not. So setting again important definitions, trying to refine the problem is very important. Helping the customers really identify their problem, that's again important. So coming to the last one, so new markets, we have taken some examples. Coming to the last one, clone market. clone. What is clone? Replica. Great, great. So replicating the startups which have worked very well, let's say you taking some startups in, let's say, Delhi, bringing it in Kerala, or you take it something from Kolkata and then you're putting it in Chandigarh. So these are all replications. If you think that the business model of a particular startup is really working, you can try to replicate that similar model in your startup. Yeah? Yes. Copying, yes. So you can say that. And is there anything wrong here in copying? Advantage, competitive advantage, absolutely. So you take the existing product, like there are lots of companies, I think even Facebook was one of those clone model, right? So Facebook was not the first one to come up with social network, right? Absolutely. So, absolutely, that's right. So most of the startups who think they are in the new market either end up in the clone or resegmented market. So let's make some more straight lines. Now we come to the customer segmentation. So it's important that you note these things, because by the end of this session we have spent some 15-20 minutes we'll try to spend in an activity. It would be a group activity, so let's try to focus on these terms, because these are the tools which will be needed for those activities. Customer segmentation, or if I can say, splitting the customers, right? So I'm sure many of you might have preferences, and obviously you might have seen that startups, generally start with a set of early adopters, a set of, very small customers. If I talk about companies right now in India, if I talk about Swiggy or Zomato, they again are very hyper local. You may see them everywhere, but they are very hyper local in their business model. They try to understand what are the preferences of the customers in those local areas and then try to work on those preferences. So what exactly or how exactly do they do the preferences? How do they split? How do they figure out that I need to focus on this group or that group, or do we pick by the selection of some colors, or how exactly do we do? So data, very good. Demographic, this is again one of the common ways of segment. These are all the common patterns of startups segmenting their customers. Demographics is one of the most important customer segmentation. Demographics can be age, gender, work profile, right? So the basic nature of how the customer is working or aligned in terms of the age factor, work profile, and all those aspects. Then the second thing is the geography. As I said, if you are a startup and you are limited with resources and you want to focus on, let's say, people in Bhubaneswar. Let's say you just had a aha moment and then you thought, why not I keep a vending machine right now in the Bootcamp. These are all location based. These are all geographic focused, right? So this is what is again a type of segmentation. What we call it as geographic segmentation. It can be country, it can be continent, it can be state, it can be a pin code. So that's all is included in the geography. What is psychography? This is something which is looking little complex. Mind, yes, mindset. Okay. Psychology of the customer. Okay. Okay. Absolutely. So the preferences, right? So the customer preferences in terms of what exactly is the mindset. Simple example, if you are let's say, preferring to have a healthy lifestyle, you may prefer to take a cycle rather than a car. And if you're working on a car, then you're making a product which is not needed, which is not preferred. Right? That comes when you are entering into existing market with some, resegmented or trying to make your resegmented segments, right? Try to make sure that while you're focusing on, especially while you're focusing on the resegmented, the preferences are very important. Right? Again, the example here can come when it comes to the psychography. It's about focusing on the preferences in terms of the capacity as well, right? The paying capacity. If you're focusing on, cost efficient products, then you need to focus on what exactly is the preference, right? So these are all very important while you're focusing on psychography. Yes. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So preferences can also be used in marketing. Great question, and the answer is also, said by the gentleman here. Right? So these concepts are also used in marketing. As you go forward, you will see all these concepts, but generally, right, while we are selecting our customers, right, so this is important to first figure out who exactly is our customer first, and then we have some marketing plans. We go for the sales funnel, and then we also go for the branding and other aspects. Once you figure out what exactly is the customer. So yes, so we have the market size coming up. So as I said, as a startup founder, we are walking step by step, but you don't know what's coming forward, right? So let's come back, take one step back, and try to understand this niche, right? So we did understand all these segments, and there are a lot of segments. This is just a simple example here, considering the time constraint. There are lots of segmentation, but what exactly is niche? Category of product. Yes. To which it is serving. Okay. I'm not getting a clear answer. Yes. It's a special segment for a specified segment of customers. Okay. Lots of segments and segments. Okay. 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 Close. So lots of, I think, opening your phones. Okay. Good. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Well-defined zone. Yeah, I think that's somewhere close, right? So niche is nothing but, making your, focus, basically narrowing your focus, right? So the term niche is basically that. How do you, yes. Come again? Targeting, yes. Target market is, the one that you did. Demography, geography, that is targeting the market. But when you resegment multiple times, right? If you see the lines, you can see that the so-called integration of all that. So maybe you do multiple resegmentation, micro segmenting, right? So maybe you picked, as I said, the example of Bhubaneswar. If you are bringing in a solution for the students of Bhubaneswar, right? So over here, what are those segments that are coming up? There are two segments. Little louder. Demography and geography, absolutely, right? Resources. No, that's different. Yes, sir. Niche is an environment that supports the growth. In this context, it's basically something else. So basically here, when we talk about niche, it's micro segmenting your customer segment, right? So basically you are trying to support, as sir also said, trying to support growth of your products, right? So basically you're trying to see who is my most favorable customer, right? Try to focus on exactly that. It's not about integrating with all these blocks. It's not the purpose is not that, but try to identify what's that laser focus or basically the most ideal customer that you want to focus, right? The idea is not about having big numbers in terms of doing your sales or looking for the large market. It's about how do you make sure that your solution is actually getting the right fit for the problem. So identifying the right customer or the so-called the focused customers is very important. Focusing on the customers, even if it's small, that's perfect. Yes. Air conditioners. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. So preferences, the comfort aspect, right? So behavior of the customers. If a customer is, let's say, wants a comfortable product, like sir was talking about, having a remote control AC and maybe showing the temperature in the remote itself. All those things are extra preference. Making sure that you are laser focusing your customer base so that you can thrive properly. This is very important. Absolutely, yeah. So you may have, as you go forward, maybe if you have multiple products, you can then try to focus on specific niche. But initially, as a startup, you may just pick up one product and try to identify that niche, right? So the process or the basic thumb rule is to figure out your niche, right? The most ideal customer for your solution. So it can be basically the other way. So you need to figure out the problem of that ideal customer who you can basically build the solution, right? So basically coming from the point of the problem, not bringing solutions and then trying to sell the customer. So now we are at the market side. So there is a concept right here. I'm sure you might have seen this graph before as well. As a startup, we generally come to a halt right after the early adopters. Why do you think so? It's basically, 90% of startups generally fail, and then the other 10% also fail because of lots of, road. I can clearly say that. But the journey is basically in this format. You are, obviously you are losing resources and you are having less resources and you might not know the journey very well. The process is again, quite difficult for a startup, right? So if we come here to this graph, we can see that there is a differentiation here when it comes to the market, right? So you have innovators, people who are absolutely, happy, delighted to try these half-baked new products. You have early adopters. Basically, this can be related to people who you are trying to, address. People who you are trying to focus as a, problem segment. Basically, these are the people whose problem you are trying to solve. And these are the people, as I said, you need to focus on, making sure that these are accessible to you, right? So it's again very important. You solving a problem for somebody in US without any connection or so-called channel is very difficult. So it's important for you to pick up the right audience. And then, so the chasm is basically coming right from the start, and then you have some initial sales, some validation is done, and then again you don't have the jump. Why do we have this? Let's ask this. Why do we have this? Roadmap, no roadmap. Okay, so Okay, my question is actually, you can sit down. My question is actually, why do you think that many startups can't make the leap? It's quite obvious, right? So it's, yes, go ahead. Okay. So, okay, so I think question, so he has brought in the competition part. Alright, so basically over here, if we can see that it's only talking about your products and your customers, right? So it's about the problem and it's about the solution part. So when it comes to this place, it's important that we pick the right market, we identify the market to be, big enough, or let's say a viable enough, because the answer is basically the viability factor. As a startup, so there are basically 3 circles, which obviously is important: the desirability factor, the feasibility factor, and then the viability factor. But why can't startups make money? It's again coming to the factor of viability. Many startups end up picking up let's say the customer base, which may be, not relevant to their products, which may be too small, or as I said again, that as a startup you need to figure out what are your strengths, right? So the feasibility is again super important. So as you see the circle here, so lots of circles. So we have total addressable market, serviceable available market, and then the serviceable obtainable market. So how do you do this? This is again a tool which you can definitely use. It's TAM, SAM, and SOM, and then we have the evangelists here, or you can maybe, there are some iterations that have been done. You can also see sometimes niche being right at the bottom. So what is TAM, total addressable market? It's basically, if you're talking about bringing a startup in Orissa, right, and you are right now sitting in Bhubaneswar in IIT campus, so your TAM is Orissa, then so basically you can market there, you try to address it all the way to Orissa. You have, let's say, the channels across Orissa. Maybe in, let's say, 1 year of time you can expand yourself. So that's TAM. TAM is available market. So let's say in Bhubaneswar you are trying to make sure that you are reaching out to people, you have some processes there, some team members working out, trying to take some insights, try to sell your solutions, etc. That's your serviceable market. Then comes the obtainable market, right? Obtainable market is super important for a startup. So how do you figure out? Either you can use the bottom-up approach, which is taking some interviews right at the base level, right at the root level, or you can use the top-bottom approach. So with the interest of time, I'm just saying you the approaches or the concepts, but these approaches are definitely beneficial for you to basically validate your TAM, SAM, and SOM. We are right now, as I said, startups start with assumptions and then they go for the validation. So you may assume that there is a problem here, but then as you try to connect with customers, as you try to speak with customers, you will then figure out, is it really a problem or not? So if you are on a linear journey, then you can't come back. So that's why startups are in a iteration. Right, so let us pause here. I think I can take some time for question and answers, and then we'll jump into activity. We have 2 activities here. One is a group discussion on identifying your potential markets for the products, right? So for basically you all are startups, so you may have some products. If you already have, let's say, a product in your mind, So let's do that. Otherwise, I would request you to have a small group here itself. Maybe this line, or maybe a person sitting behind you can be part of your group. So let's have a group discussion here about how do you identify a potential market segment for so-called your products or solutions. So that's the first activity. If you have any questions, let me know. And yes, ma'am. They have problems, great. So if you have identified problems already, let's try to work to figure out what exactly can be your so-called potential market. Then the second activity is identifying the niche. It's too simple, but it's very interesting when you are figuring out niche. I need some justification as well, right? So I need some validation. So if you are already having a problem, let's work on that. Or maybe you can hypothetically come up with some products. So we have 5 minutes for the activity 1, 5 to 10 minutes we can park, and then the activity 2 we can try to club it, maybe again 5 more minutes. Yeah, you can bring in, you can open your paper. Let's start work. If you have any questions, please let us know. Mic ho kind of.
थोड़ा सा पूछ लेते हैं, इनको कोई डाउट्स वगैरह? हाँ सर, इन लोग को थोड़ा पूछ लेते हैं, कोई डाउट होगा you just try here. If you have any questions, you can just help me out.
So we have volunteers here. So ma'am is also here in terms of supporting you with this activity. We have sir as well. So we will try to split the groups in 2 parts, right? So we will help you out in identifying your potential market, and then for your basically for your solutions, right? For your products. So let's start the activity. Maybe we'll have 5 minutes for identification, and then the rest 5 minutes for giving the answers. Yes, they have to identify the segments. So we did discuss the segments a few minutes back.
See, you have to identify your customer segment. So in the morning I showed you 5 problems. You all have chosen one problem. You have designed problem canvas for that. We have one block in that also as customer. So now what sir explained about the segmentation, demographic, psychographic, like that, you have to select a customer segment, appropriate customer segment for that problem which you have chosen in the morning. And if you don't want to work for that problem, you can choose the customer segment for your own problem. That's fine. So you have to segment the customer. We need a clear segmentation. We don't want to answer that everybody is going to be our customer. Our product is so good. Segment your customer.
Work के हिसाब से, student के employee के हिसाब से. We talk about different ways of segmentation. Yeah, just try to bucket it, right? So the activity need not be very complex, right? So maybe in the morning you have had lots of frameworks, but the purpose is just to identify and bucket it in these places, right? That's it. And then what is the niche? The answer. What is the niche? How do you come up with the niche? So that's activity number 2. Yes. Any questions? Please open up. we are right now only talking about the customer segmentation. So market type, yes ma'am, that is not related to this activity. Right now the activity is only about how do you bucket your customers, and then, yes, exactly. So the activity is basically about identifying the potential market segments, right? So basically you're talking about the types of customers, right? Not market types. So how do you segment the market? Market is commonly, synonym with customer, right? So it's an alternative.
So it's going to be hypothetical, right? You need to just imagine the things, because we cannot send you to take interviews and understand your customers and all. And from your customer segment, you will identify niche. Niche is a part of customer segment, but re-segmented part. So niche is again going to be from your customer segment.
Particular states, the voting is happening in Orissa. We're talking about Orissa geography. Then if it is demography, it's like people who are in politics, government, work profile, somebody who is going to go ahead and do the vote.
And these categories can be combined. It's not like कि demographic है तो demographic ही होगा. You can have some traits from demographic and some traits from psychographic. It can be like a combination.
Yes, yeah. This is the only thing that you can do, right? Yeah, practically by default you see the niches come. So if you are able to do one segment, that becomes your customer segment. But if you're using tool in itself, yeah, I'll take for example. Yes. Yeah. So how do you say, how do you get it when you're laser focusing your customers? So if I'm working on let's say if I'm a seller at a segment over gender or female. So right now I only have sarees with so for me the first segmentation is 25 geography. Even यहाँ पे लिंक सेट कर पाऊंगा geography. And then second one is my focus is saree, or my focus is on women. So that becomes my demographic. So my niche by default will be women in IIT Bhubaneswar. That's the niche. So yeah, I'll just do that. Ready? Okay, great. So before you want to present, right? So I have noticed that there is little confusion in terms of using the market size or not, right? So please understand that while you are using the niche, I am just expecting you to focus on these four. If you are able to do multiple segmentation, if you are, as I said, if you are segmenting with a simple example, let's say if I am having a stall of saree, you can't give Hello, hello. Is it better now? I think there is a break which is happening up. Hello, hello. Is it better now? Okay. So my point was here that you just pick from these 4 box, right? Pick up the segmentation from these 4 places, and by default you will have niche. If you are using any while you are trying to segment your customer, you will have niche. So my example right over there, I was discussed, ma'am, that if you have let's say just sari, right? If you just have and you're trying. Hello, yeah. So if you just have sari as that's your solution, so right now you may have, let's say, 50 saris with you. So the customer segmentation is again quite obvious. So you pick geography, which is in Bhubaneswar, in your IIT Bhubaneswar campus, and then the second segment is what exactly? Who are you going to pick? No, the geography segmentation is out of Orissa, Chennai, and all the India. You picked Bhubaneswar. That's done. So in geographic segmentation, you mention Bhubaneswar. What out of the other blocks? Yes, out of the other block, ma'am has said she will choose demography. Anything particular, ma'am?
So in demography, we can mention that as it is our sari, so we will focus on the female who are wearing it, who are used to wearing it.
Absolutely. So gender, right? Females, maybe working people, or maybe if you are having something more specific. It all depends upon your solution. If you are working on, let's say, a tailored sari or something which is easy to wear, easy to carry on, then you are focusing on, let's say, working women or things like that. It's all up to you. It's an imagination. You're just hypothetically working on your niche. So niche becomes women, working women, or women living in Bhubaneswar. That becomes your niche. That's niche. Clear? Any questions here? All right. So I think now we can take some inputs. I think with the interest of time, we have 10 more minutes. Is there anybody who is willing to present? Let me try to pick somebody from the last. Let's give some more chances. Yes, over there. Yes, you gentleman in red and yeah. Come here, please. Oh, yeah.
Sir, you already made according to my startup. Okay. That are there.
So you can just convey that as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
So yesterday I talked about my startup, that is urgency. So from urgency, my customer segmentation is every individual who want to go for clinical visit. And for geographic, initially the startup is going to fully functional in tier 2 cities, means in Odisha, Bhubaneswar and Cuttack. And after 1 year, we will try to go for tier 1 cities, that is metro cities.
Okay, and I think that's great. So niche, you figured it out.
Yes, sir.
Do you have one liner for niche? Maybe if you want to give one liner about your niche. Combine both. That's the answer. So your niche is basically combination of geography and
yes, sir,
demography.
Demography.
Yeah. So yes, ma'am, you had something.
Thank you. So I went with the problem number 3, and my demography will be the pet owners. So my target audience will always be the pet lovers. The problem number 3 was regarding the time issues, because the pet owners, they always face challenges whenever they are going out.
Okay. So you have picked demography,
Yeah.
the profile of having pets, etc. The people
Yeah.
who have pets, and then you have picked the psychography, people who are
Pet lovers.
lovers.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So the mindset is, for those people who just don't consider pets as pets, but family.
Yes.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to?
Hello everyone. So we are going with the problem number 3. Our demography is pet, and the psychography will be a pet lover who wants to keep pet in their house. So we want to solve this problem like that. Some people have who like to keep their pets consistently in their house, and some of them have they want to keep pets just for a little time. So we want to make a platform to collab both of them, who want to keep pets little time and who want to consistently. Suppose who are keep pets consistently in their house, if they go for a vacation, they can leave their pets in the other person. So now, that's why we can solve the problem.
Great.
So
we have, I think, beautifully seen that how he has used the demography and psychography again. Anybody? Yeah, go ahead.
So sir, we have choose the third one, the paid one. So we indicate the AI system or robot, which is basically know the what the paid are doing right then. We just indicated the 2 cameras on the robot. One is for the every time to the look after the, and one is for the emergency. So, and it's maybe the one-time purchase or maybe the subscription plan, because if anyone's go for the.
So I think you have said the answer, so maybe we'll just pass on to someone else. So you're talking about the solution. We'll come to that maybe in the coming parts.
Hello sir.
Yeah.
We are the problem number 5.
Problem number 5. Okay.
5.
You're talking about the morning session, is it?
Yes sir.
Okay. Okay. So I just want you to talk about the type of customer segmentation you do.
Customer segmentation.
Yeah. Out of this, which one would you pick?
Others.
Others. Okay.
Others.
What would be that other?
Gender. Female.
So gender would come in demography.
Okay.
Yeah. Gender, work profile, age. Yeah. Then what would be the
Geography.
other? Geography. What is that?
Salt Lake Sector 5.
Salt Lake Sector 5.
West
So
Bengal.
can you now give me the niche, one-liner for niche, combining both the details?
Female. 25 years plus age.
Okay.
Salt Lake.
Perfect. Perfect.
Thank you sir.
Right, so that's one of the simplest way of getting the niche, right? So, Mike, you have anything? Yeah.
Sir, our problem statement was of the problem number 3, context of the pet owners.
Okay.
So my customer segment is psychography, and the niche was Baliganj, like in Kolkata, it's the city. Niche is pet lovers from Baliganj.
Great.
Psychography.
Great.
I would like to appreciate the last answer, because see, if you are talking about a daycare for pets, surely geography will be there. You cannot run this business online, right? So first segmentation should be on geography. You should start with a place first. आप अपना daycare, pet daycare सब जगह नहीं खोल सकते ना, and it's not online.
Yes.
So पहला segmentation should be from geography. Then you should go for pet owners. And then उसमें और further niche पे जाना है तो you can define some posh areas who can afford that service, and usually those people have pets. So like that, I mean, like sir was defining, automatically when you will deep dive into the segments, you will identify a niche. Very smaller segment having very specific needs. But you should also take care that the niche should be not so small that you are struggling with the market size. That should also be a thing to take care of.
So some more, I'll just take one more from here. I think we have 5 more minutes. One more from here, I think you had, okay, so she has raised her hand first. Okay, I'll take your queries maybe after the session. Yeah, so go ahead.
Hello sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I would like to talk of the previous session problem of hostelers living actually. So we would basically have the TAM, is the targeted market.
No, only the segment, customer segment. How are you
We would
splitting?
go for geography, okay.
Okay.
So we have a target market of Kolkata itself.
Okay.
And SAM would be more.
You're confusing. Again, from this itself, what is your next segment? TAM, SAM, SOM is the size of market. Like we're not talking about size. How do you get niche with the segmenting?
Okay, we would niche it by geography and psychography actually. Mainly the college going students who opt them for the hostels.
Opting for hostel, yeah, mindset, absolutely. So obviously there are people who think that studying in hostel will give you good grades, right? So that's a psychography. Yes, I want to pick somebody who has not answered anything so far. So yes, sir, you can. Yeah. I'll come to you guys.
Our problem was basically the uncomfortable and irregular public transport, and the major problem faces are office goers and the students who have the fear of reaching the office late or losing their classes or examination.
Okay.
So here our potential market segment is office goers and students of Bhubaneswar regions between the area of Joydev Bihar and Baramuda. Because from the market survey, local market survey, I have come to know that this is, during the busy hours, a huge traffic remains here.
Wonderful.
Okay.
So thank you, sir. So what, you have anything else?
Yes, we have created a customer niche also.
Niche also. Okay. So that what is the niche in one line?
Actually, in one line, GPS fitted EV cab service. It's a kind of providing the carpool only, where the workers working in the same organization or the parents of the students reading in the same school can actually hire the cab service from us.
Okay.
Okay, and of that locality, and we'll be giving the pool car service. It is a electric vehicle fitted with GPS also,
okay.
So they can track also.
So let me just ask others. So were you able to understand the niche, what sir was talking at the end? How many of you were able to understand? Maybe raise of hand. 1, 2. Yeah, ma'am has again a very valid point. Niche is not the solution, right? So very few hands have actually raised. So sir, to you, basically while we are figuring out the niche, we need to just talk about the super laser focus customers. Yeah. So that's what it is. Again, we have, I think, 2 more people which we can pick up. Yes. I have to again wrap up.
So I have found the niche for the problem statement 5, that is the household problems. So we thought of the idea of AI based home assistant system. So our niche in demographies are urban customers, households and housemakers, working women and male, including single parents. Talking about the geography, we are targeting the urban residents and office workers, and psychography, mainly it would be free and for open-minded peoples, like who don't restrict of digitalizations.
Okay. Okay. So I think that's where, yes. Can you just come?
So our problem is about the cab services and all, and we have seen that cab services like Ola and Uber are not really available in tier 3 and tier 4 cities of India. And my thing is we can have a platform where the auto drivers and other available things can register themselves as drivers, and people can see according to the location and book it, and they have a convenience and like surety that they will get it according to places. And this is a good opportunity that auto driver or the local drivers will get the business and the customers will get. So our niche is the low purchasing power people of tier 3 and tier 4 cities of India.
Okay. It can be further more reduced, tier 3, tier 4, because you're a startup, student startup, living, studying in school, right? So maybe much more smaller could have done that. But great answers here. A round of applause to yourself. Thank you everyone. Great participation. So as we walk out of the door, we have a couple of things that I would like to leave you with. So these were the tools that we were able to discuss in this session. The type of segmentation, then the type of the markets as well. For startups, again need to be specific. Type of markets for startups, 4 types of markets: new market, existing market, resegmented, and clone. And then how do you split your customers? How do you cut the pie, split the pie using the segmentation, customer segmentation, demography, geography, psychography, and then others, as you can see. Then we also did the market size, TAM, SAM, and SOM. Right? Thank you all. I wish you all the best while you are focusing on your startups. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we have a leverage of 5-10 minutes, so we thought of taking a group photo on the stage. So some of you has to actually, kneel down here in front, and all the faculties and people can stand at the back. So जो बच्चे वो थोड़ा आगे बैठ जाएंगे और हम लोग खड़े होके एक group picture ले लेते हैं अभी. So I request everybody to come here and थोड़ा आराम से धक्का मुक्की मत कीजिएगा, मुझे पता है बहुत सारे लोग हैं, so थोड़ा carefully.
ओडिशा छुईला दक्षिण पश्चिम मौसुमी वायु मौसुमी प्रभाव में राज्यर विभिन्न स्थान में प्रबल अति प्रबल वर्षा संभावना। जन्मवेदी पूजा पाउछंती श्रीजीव। आज महाप्रभु आड़प मंडप दर्शन मिलवा सह बाहर आड़प अबड़ा। अन्यपटे महाप्रभु बनक लागिनीति द्वितीय भोग मंडप पर अनुष्ठित हेब एही गुप्त नीति। आकाश छुआ हेलाणी दरदाम वृद्धि। पाचिकांक पई चिंता। मध्याह्न भोजन पई बढ़ुची अड़ुआ। ओडिशा द्वितीय दिन में नड्डा बरगढ़ में दलीय कर्मी को देले गुरु मंत्र। सेपटे भवानीपाटना सभा उपरे रही समस्त नजर। एसएसपी रे 555 पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट शिक्षकों पदवी नियुक्ति पर आवेदन प्रक्रिया आरंभ। जुलाई 25 जाए जारी रही शेष तारीख। सेपटे भुवनेश्वर नियमित हेब चुक्तिभित्तिक शिक्षा जारी है एसओपी।
खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी, जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव। खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी। सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे।
himself, and he does not require any PPT, I guess, so we can close that thing. Right, sir? Madam, you don't need, you want this? I am removing it. You can come and start. Please come, sir. माइक यहाँ पे दे देंगे आपको. कोई और है सर के साथ?
Testing 1 2 3. Yeah. Up. When? There are photographs. Also. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Jai Jagannath. Jai Jagannath. So I know post-lunch session is always boring. That's why I requested all the organizers to remove my PPT. So I'll make it more interactive. I'm just a student entrepreneur. So I was told that most of the audience is like student. So I'll better interact with you and share my story. So I'm an entrepreneur. I'm an innovator turned entrepreneur. So you all are from IIT, Bhubaneswar? From different colleges. All are engineers. School students. Nice. See, the time is changing. When I was in schools, entrepreneurship, I haven't heard about the word entrepreneurship or maybe the innovation. But now the time has completely changed. Now everybody is talking about innovation, entrepreneurship, startup, ecosystem, and whatnot. So I'll take you to my journey. So how I started. Since most of you are students and also school students, so it's very interesting. So I was born and brought up in a small village, in a coastal village in Odisha. Just like every other Indian students, I was also thinking to crack IIT, but I never cracked. I failed to crack. When my IIT dream started, so I thought I will join any engineering college, and finally I got into University College of Engineering, Burla. It's Odisha's first engineering college, And when I got into Burla, so I thought I'll somehow pass this 4 years of engineering with good academics. Finally ended up in a good PSU, with lucrative packages. That was my dream when I joined my engineering college. But that dream completely got changed just within a month. So what exactly happened in a month? So I joined different university clubs. Do you have an idea about university clubs? So in university clubs, we do different kind of activities. So we develop robots, we do coding, we develop automobiles. So it's like variety of extracurricular activities. So students, it's a student-driven clubs. So I joined different university clubs, and very soon I got to know that engineering is not just about vivas, assignments and labs. Engineering is more about tinkering, innovating and making, just within a month. And I completely dropped my idea of getting good grades in academics and joining a PSU and having a settled life. So I started exploring, started learning. I joined robotics, I joined automobile, coding and all other university clubs present. So I started learning how to build something, how to make something. See, today's entrepreneurship is all about starting a startup. But the problem with Indian society and the Indian education ecosystem is we don't teach how to make. We ask them, please give up with an idea, please come up with a startup, register it, take the grant. Actually, the design thinking journey, why we are doing this innovation, design and entrepreneurship bootcamp? Because the design thinking journey is completely different. When the startup ecosystem started, particularly the student startup ecosystem started, we forget that we come from a society where academics is much more important than business. And I believe all are from Odisha. Not? Okay. No problem. So we all are from India at least. So I'll tell you more about Odisha I belong to. So in eastern part of India, particularly the Odisha, Jharkhand, West Bengal, so business is something like people think, our society think, if you are not capable enough, then you are doing business. If you failed in academics, if you fail to secure a government job or maybe a good corporate job, then only you start something in business. They don't consider business as a new opportunity. So it's a problem with our society. So when this student startup journey started and everybody, the ecosystem started talking about build something, build your startup. So it was initially, it got stuck because the design and thinking process was somehow missing. This particular thing somehow worked in the other part of the country. Where? The western part of the country. In the Gujarat, in Maharashtra. Anyone from Gujarat or Maharashtra? So in that part of the country, so it's considered that businessmen are like respected. So they get the equal respect, maybe more. So in eastern part of the country, or maybe like 80% of India, they believe that business is a failure job. So if the students are trained in such a way that their mind only works to secure good marks in academics, they only prepare for getting into a job, then how all of a sudden they will build something new? So to start something, so definitely they need to go through all this process. Then the government also realized it. They started this auto tinkering labs. I think most of our from schools, and you must have some idea and hands-on experience on Hot Oil Tinkering Labs. Through the Hot Oil Tinkering Labs and other initiatives, so students got to know something to build something fast. Forget about the startup, forget about the business. Usually it is considered that people like this part of the country, actually they don't have that kind of business acumen. So they started learning the things. So it's a step-by-step process. You need to learn something, you need to develop something, you need to tinker around something. So similarly, when I was in the first year of my engineering back in 2014, so I started learning those things, started joining university clubs, started building projects. I have roughly developed almost like 50 different kind of innovative projects. So project is good. So what is project? It's a very simple project. You take some electronics, you put it together and you build something. And one day I called my father. I was so excited because I have just completed a project based on Arduino. I think everybody knows the Arduino. It's a very common electronics board. Whosoever is doing some tinkering work must have actually used Arduino. I have just completed a project. I called my father in the evening and my father told, what you have done? Why you are so much excited? I told him this project will actually, I'll put some register, I'll put some circuit board and this will give out this result. So my father asked me a simple question. So what is the use of this solution in common man's life? I was silent. Completely silent. I didn't have an answer. So then onwards, I thought, whatever I will build, it should use in the common man's life. So I started exploring the problems, not the solutions. I started learning the skill first, then I started exploring the problems. Where is the problem? So once I think in the Durga Puja holiday or something, I was in my home and I overheard a discussion between my father and mother. So my father back then in 2014, so used to forget to book the LPG cylinder timely. So there was always some hit moment between my father and mother. So because he almost like forget everything, and at the end he just realized, my mother always remind him, and he used to bring the LPG cylinder. So I thought it's a very simple solution. It's a simple problem. It's a problem in my own home. The timely refilling of LPG cylinder. And back then there was no solution. Thanks to Honorable Minister Dharmendra Pradhanji, so he brought a massive revolution, massive digital transformation in the LPG, particularly in the oil and gas sector. And now you can book a LPG cylinder just from a mobile application. But back then it was not even possible. So I learned some electronics. I thought I'll continuously monitor the LPG cylinder weight, and whenever it will go certain critical level, it will automatically call the LPG helpline, the BPCL or HPCL helpline, and it will book a LPG cylinder for us. It's a complete simple solution and dedicated to my mom. And it worked. It worked so nicely. So my mother was so happy that her day-to-day life became very much simpler. Then I realized I need to work more on the simplified solutions rather than going for a very, sci-fi stuff. Similarly, I developed a couple more projects related to the social sector, related to the day-to-day life. So what I learned, it's not about the project, it's about the experience. The experience of figuring out a problem, the experience of utilizing your learned skill and developing something and problem that solutions and giving out the results to that solutions. And if the solution is really working out on ground, you can definitely actually take it forward. But I was then no mood to start something on my own, particularly the startup. I was in the first year or first semester of engineering. So I thought I will gather more and more experience of building something. So quick forward. So it's like 10, 15 more projects. One day I was representing one of my innovation in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. And in that national exhibition, somebody asked me, where are you from? If you guys are from Odisha, so you can, even you have actually ever go out of Odisha, you can actually relate this question. So he simply asked me, where are you? I said, Odisha. So the simplest reply was, where it is? Nobody knows Odisha. So I said, it's a state in the eastern part of the country. Oh, he said, oh, it's Bengal. No, I said, no, not Bengal, it's Odisha. It's a state. Okay, so he was so surprised. And he told me that even you guys can build something and can present in National Expo. I told him, yes, anybody can build it. It's the power of internet, the power of technology. Anybody can learn it, anybody can build something. Why there is some stereotype that this particular geography, people will build something and that people cannot build. So I took that as a challenge. I didn't fight with him. I took a place, we will build something completely new, and that will be something like completely new in India. So I came back. I came back to my university and I gathered a team of 40 members. I took a place, we will build something new. I didn't have any idea that what we will build that will be some completely new in India. But we took a place that we will build new. The aim was to build new, that to be first in India. So 40 teams, 40 students, together we started brainstorming. 1 month passed, 2 months passed. In the 3rd month, in a very hot summer time, in the month of June, ISRO launched a mission. ISRO, if you know, Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO launched a rocket with 104 satellites in a single mission. So it was historic. And out of the 104 satellites, 3 satellites were actually made by students. So that was interesting. If students from Satyabhama University, if students from IIT Madras, if students from College of Engineering Pune, if they are able to develop satellite on their own, and if ISRO is coming to launch their satellite, why we cannot build on our own? So we thought we'll build our own satellites. So we're in a government engineering college, so we approached our university. I know there are multiple faculties, but with due respect, so they also have certain limitations. So university completely told us, like, we don't have that kind of project or that kind of expertise to support you, particularly for this project. We didn't have an aerospace department in our university. So students from mechanical, electronics, electrical, chemical, production, meteorology, we come together, 40 members. And we want to build something, build our own satellite. Then I wrote to ISRO. I sent a mail. And somehow, with some reference, we got to know from ISRO that we need at least 15 crores of fund and 10 to 15 years of research. I was in the second year of engineering, and almost all are like first year or second year students, and we didn't have 15 years of time to do research. Engineering is just a 4 years course. How can we do 15 years of research in just 4 years? And they also told that 15 crores of fund. When I told my Vice Chancellor told, there are 15 crores. My annual operational budget is very, very less than that. I can't give you 15 crores to do some random experiment. So we are about to drop the idea of building our own satellite. 3 different universities they became successful, but we are like about to drop. So it was like evening, I started asking questions. We started asking questions. So what is it? Why we need ISRO? Why we need to follow the protocol of ISRO? 15 crores, 15 years of research. So the answer was simple. Because whatever we will build as a satellite, ISRO has the capability to launch it with the rocket. Nobody in the country has a rocket. Only ISRO is capable to launch our, whatever we will build as a satellite, ISRO will launch it because ISRO has a rocket. So students, I think you must have an idea that satellite and rocket are both different. So satellite is like an object and with some sensors, and rocket just carries it to space. So it was like, why ISRO? Because ISRO has a rocket. So in that moment we decided, forget about satellite, let's build the rocket. We don't need ISRO. We were not able to gather the fund for satellite, but we took another place that we'll build our own rocket. Forget about ISRO. We don't need ISRO's guideline. So we started building our own rocket. So it was pretty obvious. Everybody will laugh at you because when you start building a rocket, so everybody will think you've gone mad. So all of my friends, all of my professors, all of my family, so everybody thought, so I have gone mad and started building some Diwali rockets. Yes, it's pretty similar. So we started with such very small Diwali rockets. We failed. We failed multiple times. We failed 100+ times. But we have never ever gave up. After 2.5 years of research, after 2.5 years of continuous failure, we finally succeeded. We finally launched our rocket, and our rocket reached to an altitude of 16,000 feet AGL. And it became not Odisha's first rocket, not India's first rocket. It became Asia's first multi-purpose student rocket. And Prime Minister office, Honorable Prime Minister somehow noticed this. And he instructed ISRO, the same ISRO, you should go and check how these 40 engineering students in a remote part of India were able to build such technology that ISRO used to do it in the 80s under the guidance of Vikram Sarabhai. So a high-level ISRO committee comprising 20-30 senior scientists, one fine day, they reached my university. And they were like, show us your propulsion lab. So I took 1 hour to convince them that we didn't have a propulsion lab. We didn't have an aerospace department. They were quite surprised how we were able to, without a propulsion lab, without an aerospace department, how we were able to build a rocket that goes up to like certain kilometer. So they were not convinced that we have really developed a technology. It was like very, very difficult for me to convince them that we have actually built this technology in our hostel backyard, not in a lab. Because we didn't have a facility, everybody was laughing at us because we were doing some mad stuff. So we didn't have access to our own university labs, which it was a mad project. So what we did? So we have done entire testing, entire development in just our hostel backyard because that was the safest place. And when ISRO team gone through our entire technicalities, and they got to know about the nitty-gritty of our technology, they were quite surprised how we were able to build this technology. So what we have done, so back in that 2015-2016, we crowdsourced the entire information. So what is crowdsourcing? It's the power of technology in every social media. In the Facebook, in that time, so LinkedIn was not so popular. So only in the Facebook and different blogging platform, we reached out to all the ex-NASA, is not ISRO, ex-NASA, ex-European Space Agency scientists. So we're 40 students reaching out to two scientists per month. So almost we reached 500 scientists all across the globe. We started gathering crowdsourcing the knowledge from them. With their knowledge remotely, with their expertise remotely, we started developing, building under something on our own. and at a very frugal level, at a very low cost level, because we are a student. So you won't believe we have developed a rocket just with 2 lakhs rupees. Our first rocket was just at 2 lakhs rupees. We always, as a student, maybe as a professor, maybe as an administrator, we always complain that we don't have facility, we don't have funding, we don't have resources, we don't have mentoring. So we keep complaining every time. So complaint is not the solution. When you fight, when you figure out a way, in a frugal way that is more sustainable, but not necessarily to be in a very sci-fi lab, very cutting edge technology in a state-of-the-art facility. You can actually develop such technology in a very remote place, and India has actually proved in many ways. If you see the true rural India, every day an Indian is actually coming up with a new innovation. They are not naming it as an innovation, we name it as a jugaad. So Indian method of jugaad is also an innovation. If they would have done it in the Germany, if they would have done it in US, then they would have patented it and they claimed themselves as an inventor. But it's the problem with our country, problem with our society, that we neglect them, we neglect those talents. But somehow the ISRO thing happened. ISRO was quite happy with our solution, that how we gathered all this information. And then again we were invited to ISRO headquarters to do another round of detailed discussion with the ISRO. And finally, when ISRO was totally convinced, they reported back to Prime Minister office. And finally ISRO decided they will completely undertake our project. So it's currently known as ISRO VSLV. So VSLV is VSSOT Satellite Launch Vehicle. VSSOT is my own alma mater where I have started this project. So it's currently known as ISRO VSLV. And ISRO established one of its kind first space innovation center in my alma mater. It's not in any IIT, not in any top tier institute. It's in a remote part of Odisha, in Burla. So that thing happened only because some 40 students, mad students, they came out of the way with the traditional way, and they started building something new. So it's just a journey. It's not just a project. So when I started delivering this talk, I mentioned about the innovation should actually definitely come to the use of common man's life. So we built a rocket. Yes, it's good. It's sci-fi. Rocket science is treated as something different. But what is the use of that rocket? What is the use of that rocket for the society? So the answer is very simple. So we didn't build only a rocket. We actually worked on a project. So project is about the sounding rocket will actually monitor a dam. If you know, so world's largest dam, it's called Hirakud Dam, and it's in Odisha, and it's close to my university, my institute. Why? It is a roughly 75 years old dam. So the world's largest earthen dam, Hirakud Dam, my university is close to it, and they established this university to, the engineers will come out and they will maintain this dam. So we thought if the university is actually born out of this dam, and it's now almost like 70 years, we should actually do something in return. We should give something back to the dam. If you know, the Mahanadi is the heartline of entire Odisha, and that dam is actually built over river Mahanadi. So we thought we will do something for the dam. So our rocket was aimed to go to an altitude of 40 kilometers, and it will deploy a small satellite, small nano satellite there, and the nano satellite would actually do a remote sensing of Hirakud Reservoir. It is one of the largest reservoir with almost like 1 lakh hectare of irrigation land. So it will not just measure the siltation capacity, the capacity of the reservoir, it will also actually monitor the nearby agricultural land with the remote sensing technology, and will help the farmers in real time for optimizing their agricultural yields. So the project was not just rocket, it's actually a return gift to the dam, return gift to the society, that it will go up to 40 kilometers, will do a mapping and will help the local people. It was a local problem because the western part of Odisha is like mostly 95% people depend on the agriculture, and most of their agriculture water supply is from that particular dam. So we thought it's a good opportunity and we'll build it and dedicate this to our society. So all these things happened, and then ISRO came. ISRO completely undertook the project, and I was about to graduate. So all these good things happened. So then we got an opportunity to work with NASA. We got an opportunity to work with DRDO. Almost like all different space agencies, space and defense agencies. I was also invited to Russia for this particular technology. I represented India to show them what Indian students are capable of building. So we got multiple opportunities. Then we got awarded by NASA and all those agencies. So it is all like rosy journey. But when we reached in the final semester, so the real challenge began. So all of my mentors, so they told that, Beta, you have proved yourself. Me and my co-founder was there, so Mr. Om Prakash. So they told us, you have done good work in proving yourself to develop something new. It's an innovative project, but nobody knows if this product has certain viability in the market. We have never thought about viability till date. What we were thinking, to build something that should be innovative, we'll get some award, we'll get some recognition, it should actually have solved some problem. The dhanda part was missing. The business part was missing. And they have rightly also said that you haven't proved yourself in the business. Nobody knows your products because it's rocket, it's sci-fi. God knows who will buy it. So we took it another challenge. Always take everything as a challenge. I prefer not to fight, but to perform. So it's again a stereotype in our society that you cannot be a businessman, you cannot sell something. So me and my co-founder Om, so we thought we cannot actually go for campus interviews. We have already done this in the 4 years of engineering. We have completely dedicated ourselves to the engineering, the true engineering of building something. We cannot just opt for the campus interviews. The entire India was that time shouting, stand up India, start up India. So it's just not a slogan for us. We took that very literally. If it is just a slogan, no. It's not a slogan. The Honorable PM has demanded that students should actually come out and do something on your own. And we thought we will build our own company. Not our own company, we thought we will build something on our own. And that time everybody is told that you are not capable of sale, you have not proven sales record, you better join an R&D company. Because you have proved yourself as an innovator to build something. You better join some corporate, you work for them, you learn some, you gain some experience. So that was all there. So for 1-2 months we started receiving these kind of suggestions. And one fine day we decided we will sell something. There was a plant nearby, it was plant by Aditya Birla. So we thought whatever we have developed till date, let's go and try to sell them. One of our alumni was there. So we were lucky enough to, got an entry to Aditya Birla plant. And we made a presentation. Sir, we have developed a rocket. It has a satellite. It can do remote sensing. It can do a lot of analysis. And it can measure whatever is on the ground, it can actually measure remotely. And those Aditya Birla engineers, senior engineers were like quite helpful. Just by seeing our enthusiasm, they told us, yes, we need certain solutions. Large coal yard, because it's Aditya Birla is a power plant. The factory near to our university was a power plant. So they had a very large coal yard. They told that yes, we have a large coal yard. Can your technology be utilized here? We need to measure the coal stock every day. You just mentioned you can actually monitor and measure the water capacity in a reservoir, in a dam. Can you also measure our coal? We said yes, it's pretty doable. If we can penetrate the water level, why can't we do it on the surface? It is pretty doable. But then again, the same engineer told, but we don't have budget to launch rocket every time. Then again the same question, the viability of the product. You design something, you build something, and we come out for the user trials, somebody told you that, no, it's not viable. Why robots are not being used currently? The hardware robots, because it's not viable. You cannot just put 10 million for just an assistive robot. It should be like somewhere very close to the human labor. So he asked the very simple question, but we cannot launch the rocket every time. You should come with a cheaper alternative. So we told them, yes, the cheaper alternative is already available. He said, if the cheaper alternative is available, why you are not proposing us the cheaper alternative? We said, yes, whatever you can actually do with the rocket and satellite, you can exactly do the same thing with the drone. Because the satellite flies at a certain altitude, it's at 400, 500 kilometer altitude. But the drone flies very close to the ground. It can actually gather a lot of more data, more precisely, with more resolution. And we just left the Aditya Birla office. We told them that we'll bring that solution and arrange a demo for you. And in next 2 days, we had developed a drone. So every engineering student always in a life, if they are into tinkering, if they are into developing, they must have developed a drone. It's like quite common. So we also had developed a drone. So the real challenge was developing our satellite technology with the drone. So we integrated. We've done a trial, we've done some testing in our own university. Then just after 1 week, we again reached to the Aditya Birla office. We said, sir, we are ready with the solution, cheaper alternative. You don't need to launch the rocket. You have the drone, you can just fly it anytime. Just need to charge. They were quite happy. Not with the technology. They were quite happy just by seeing our enthusiasm to do something. They said, but I don't know what you will do or what if the technology will be, really is capable to solve our problem, but I will definitely give an opportunity to do a demo. Even to do a demo in an industry like Aditya Birla, it's a huge opportunity. We thought we'll give it a try. We were still in the university that time. So we did a trial, and the result came very surprisingly, and the result was like it is like 99% accuracy with the traditional method. And now they are quite happy because they are giving opportunity to few youngsters, but the solution is really working with as much as industrial level accuracy. So they thought, now we'll give you a real project. Real project means real money, viability, sell. So we were happy. We are getting real project. We are getting money. So we thought, so they will give they will take out a few cash and hand over on our hand. No, it doesn't work in the industry. So they said a very long mail. You need these documents to get empaneled, to get a vendor. So students, if you don't know vendor, so it's like to work with them, we need some certain kind of documents, certain kind of registrations. So like to get admission, you are submitting certain documents. So like to get work with Aditya Birla or some industry, we need to show them certain documents and register ourselves. So there are a very long list of emails. So that certificate of incorporation, GST, PAN, Aadhaar. So I don't know why. So many more documents. It was not written certificate of incorporation. It was rather written COI. I heard about CEO, CTO, but what is COI? It's a complete new term. I was an engineer only. How do I know what is CIO? What is GST? I only knew that the country is going through some political disturbance because of GST. Not more than that. They asked me a document of that. So I approached some close friends, close mentors, and they told that you should actually go visit and chartered accountant. That was completely new for us, but somehow we registered our company, still in the university, in the final semester, and we get empaneled with Aditya Birla. So Aditya Birla gave us the first work order. So he sold the solution fast. We were happy, the solution is viable. Then we approached Reliance. Reliance also gave us a work order, adapted our solutions. Then we realized the solution is really working on the ground. It's not too difficult to sell if the product has certain, capacity to do certain kind of revolution, certain kind of disruption in the industry. Once these two were happy with our solutions, we again took a step back. We thought whatever solution we are developing, we need to do it in a more mature way, so that we can actually outsmart any of our competitors. In that time, back in, like 2017, there was no such enterprise drone company. So we were the first company who introduced this drone technology in Aditya Birla. But we wanted to, play always sustainable, play always long. But it was a challenge to sell something. So now we started back in 2018, now it's 2023. It's a 5 years of journey. So we onboarded 2 clients back then. Currently we are having 300 large enterprises onboarded on our platform. This is how IG Drone started. We started in a small place called Burla. Currently we are headquartered at Delhi with 5 regional offices all across India. We have 150 people in our team, and we are proudly a K2K company. So what is K2K? It's a Kashmir to Kanyakumari, Kutch to Kohima. We are proudly a K2K company. Just within 48 hours, if you will give us a location in anywhere, just in between K2K, our team will reach there just within 48 hours. It is the quickest turnaround time, not in India, but in the entire drone ecosystem in the globe. Yes, the technology, the disruption can also be done. The geography is not a constant, the resources is not a constant. You need the right attitude to execute it. You need the right handholding. So thanks to Department of Minister of Education, thanks to Mantri ji, who's always in the journey of our building rocket and satellite, he always supported us. He has supported us unconditionally. So because of him, we got so much opportunity to present our solutions on different platforms. So it's good that students, from school students and college students, are getting such opportunity to build, to learn, to design, and to build something on their own. Back then, that ecosystem was somehow missing. But we're glad that we need more and more such ecosystem, more and more such programs, that then only we can truly, fulfill the goal of Startup India and all. So not just in IG Drones, we are not a solution company, we are actually doing something new. I'll tell you some few innovations, what exactly we are doing. So we developed India's first indigenously developed drone simulator. So why drone simulator is required? So drone is a very expensive product. You cannot simply go out and fly the drone. It's not a toy drone. It's an industry grade drone, and it costs lakhs. If any newbie will go out and fly the drone, there is pretty good chance it will crash and it will cost a lot. So what do we develop? India's first drone simulator. And it was launched by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Defense Expo. Then we thought, what can we do something new in the drone? So in drone, if you know drone has 2 big problems. What are those? The flight time. Drone cannot fly longer because of the limited battery capacity. Sorry. And drone cannot go longer because of the radio constraint, because it has some range issue. Because of the radio, it cannot fly longer. So there was 2 problems. So we're not chemical engineers, so we thought we'll skip the first one. We'll let others develop, particularly the solar EV industry will develop the battery fast, and it will be more matured fast, then we will adapt in the drone technology. So we eliminated the first. The second big problem, we started solving it. So what we did? So we introduced 5G in drone, and we made India's first 5G enabled drone. So what is 5G enabled drone? You can now literally fly our drones from anywhere, any part of the India, any part of the world. Just by sitting here in IIT Bhubaneswar, you can actually launch our drone in Siberia. You can actually launch our drone in Delhi. So the power of technology. So I was a bit late because Airtel 5G is actually making a very exclusive story on how IG drones, 5G enabled drones are bringing revolution in farmers' life. We are doing some shooting about how farmers' life got changed after the introduction of the 5G. So now our farmers are using our drones. So when drones came and when PM always like pushed the drone technology so much, so everybody asked, the farmers, Indian farmers are not so literate, not so skillful that they will fly drones. It was again a challenge. Because you know, drone is like very technical stuff and it's like bit difficult to operate for innocent farmers. So what we did, we put an AI in our cloud. We connected it through the 5G link. Now the farmers can not just fly the drone to spray the pesticide. Now the farmers can also fly our drone and gather a lot of data from ground, data about the soil health, data about the crop health. And those data will real time will be processed in our cloud and will give real time feedback to the farmer on his screen, and just with a click of mouse, click of button, it will automatically launch remotely with the power of 5G and will spray the farmland. So that they will get a better efficiency and can get a double yield with less time and with a better efficiency. So 5G is something sci-fi. Till now the 5G is not available in any, like all part of the India. But we first, 5G was first launched in January in Odisha, and roughly it's like 8-10 months in India. But we always think frugal, that how some cutting edge technology can be actually utilized in the people who are living in the bottom line, living in the pyramid of economy. So we help the farmers to actually optimize their day-to-day operations, optimize to get better yield from the farmland. So this 5G drone was actually launched by Honorable IT Minister, Railway and IT Minister Ashwin Vaishnav during the launch of 5G itself. And it was quite successful. Recently I was in Paris, I was invited to Paris as part of Government of India delegation to present this particular 5G drone in the global platform. In VivaTech Europe, so it was Europe's largest tech expo. And we got to know that, and surprisingly in Europe, that it is not India's fast 5G enabled drone. It's actually world's fast 5G enabled drone. So Qualcomm is the godfather of the entire telecom, Cisco Qualcomm. They are still trying it, testing it. Somehow, few engineers, few enthusiast engineers, they were able to crack the thing because we are Indians. We do it more frugally. We don't need state-of-the-art facility all time. We just need an idea, we just need a problem. You just work on it, give out the solutions, and if you are capable, have the capability, you go sell in the market. And currently we have like 500 plus demand from Middle East, particularly for this 5G enabled drone. So it's we are always bringing revolution. So we are not, in IG drones, we are not just a corporate company who is actually working closely with the corporates and governments to bring the solutions. We are also doing a lot of work. I'll tell one by one. When we started working with one of the large conglomerate, everybody knows it, Adani. So there was a big problem. We saw a problem. It was during COVID time, in the first wave of COVID. We saw a huge gap between industry and academia. And it's pretty obvious. I'm not the first one to identify this problem. We all are academicians here. Everybody knows the problem between the gap between industry and academia. whatever the industry demands, academia is not able to provide it because we don't have any linkage program. Some of you IITs and ITs and other premium institutes are coming up. They are actually running and doing some kind of projects or maybe some collaborative work, but that is not enough. Our education system is not designed in that way, but thanks to national education policy, it is coming out in a better way, and it will definitely, hopefully it will solve the problem. But that is the future. What is the present? The present is there is a huge void. Now we saw the problem. The problem is like there is no coordination between academia and industry. So why it is important for the drone industry? Yes, it is very important. When we entered into the drone industry, as IG drones, we are not the first one to enter into drone business. There are few other players. There are in fact dozen of other players. In drone industry, they used to appoint aeronautical engineer as drone pilots. You are still in the university, you will say, yes, it's obvious. Aeronautical engineer knows everything about the drone. They should be the drone pilot. If you tell me who is driving your car, is he an automobile engineer? No. He's just a 10+2. He has not studied at all. He needs certain training, certain upskillment, and then he can actually drive the car. You don't need an automobile engineer to drive a car. You need an automobile engineer to design and develop a car. That was a very basic fundamental problem in the drone industry. Everybody were like appointing or an aeronautical engineer. So what is the problem? So why? I don't have any issue with the aeronautical engineer. Somehow in the past I was also doing the same. We also appointed aeronautical engineer. The fundamental question is how the design thinking process works. You need to know. We were doing a project in a remote part of Uttar Pradesh. It was like desert, kind of desert. If you know Bundelkhand. So the challenge was there was no water, it was hard to reach, inaccessible, and we appointed an aeronautical engineer there on ground. He hardly worked there for 10-15 days. It was very, very difficult for an engineer to work on ground all time. The churn ratio, the attrition was too high. So nobody was, wanted. So drone flying is fun, but fun lasts only 2-3 days, not 2-3 months, maybe 2-3 years. So we appointed an aeronautical engineer. He was working, and like in 2-3 days he got bored and just want to, run away from that place because we didn't have that facility. Why is that facility? Why you need drone? Because you use drone where something is inaccessible, unreachable. If it is reachable, if it is accessible, if every facility is there, why you need drone? No, you don't need. You will go himself. You will go yourself. You will check yourself. You will take your photos just with the camera. We only use drone in such projects where that project is, if the project is inaccessible, if the asset is inaccessible. So in an inaccessible area, in a difficult terrain, it was hard to manage engineers. Then I started learning the industry. So that how the industry functions. It's not the engineers, it should be actually technicians, skilled technicians who will work. Otherwise, we could not have bridges, roads in difficult terrains. Someone is working there. But who is that someone? You need to figure out. We figured out. It's not the aeronautical engineer. We need an alternative. So we started to fulfill that gap between industry and academia. We started a mission, IG Drone Center of Excellence. What exactly we do in IG Drone Center of Excellence? We establish Drone Center of Excellences in academia institutions, primarily targeting, we started with ITIs. If you know ITIs, it's not IIT, it's ITI. It's like Polytechnic, the lower version of the Polytechnic. They always, I need 5 minutes, 5 more minutes. We always treat those ITI students as laborers, if you know. They are skilled laborers. We treat them as laborers. So we figured out this is a problem. The IT students are treated as laborers, but somehow they are the people on ground who are actually doing something. They don't care about harsh weather, they don't care about harsh terrain, but they will do. So with our IG Drone Center of Excellence, we started skilling those ITI students, upskill them with the latest drone technology. No matter what their background is, no matter what their trade is, their branch is, we started teaching them the drone. So our Center of Excellence is equipped with our drones, our simulators, our softwares. So the students, any youth can actually come and upskill themselves with the technology. We currently own 70 plus drone Center of Excellence all across India. So we upskilled the ITI students and deployed there. But they never quit the job. Why? It was better opportunity for them. Why? We treat them laborers. We treat them laborers in the traditional industry. Their life was full of dust and dirt. With IG Drone Center of Excellence in their life, we transformed their life from dust and dirt to drone and dignity. It's a complete D to D transformation. Now nobody is treating them laborers. They are called as drone pilots. They are getting the equal respect, better, salary opportunity. So this is how the technology plays a much bigger role in social transformation, not just the technological transformation. We don't have time, otherwise I would have like multiple case studies how we have transformed the different kind of projects, different kind of people's life, particularly using the drones. I'll only I'll name few projects what currently we are working on. We are currently monitoring Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train. We are currently monitoring India's longest bridge. It's a 9.5 kilometer bridge connecting India and Arunachal Pradesh, strategic link between China. So we have completely already executed 300 plus projects, and recently we are developing a series of products, not just drone, anti-drones and other products for Indian forces as well as other security forces across India. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
I request Professor Saurav Seal sir to present a memento to this extempore long story that sir has told and motivated me as well. So thank you.
Hello sir. Thank you.
Can I have the photographer here? Photo. अरे आप सही फोटो लेते वक्त कहाँ गायब हो गए?
Thank you, sir. Please. Thank you, madam. Namaste.
Now we have tea break, but just a moment, we are actually setting up a booth here to take photos with the mentors, with people who are coming from, this far, achieved so much. So this is an opportunity to take picture there. There will be lights and a good setup is done. So with the camera photographer also you can take selfies on your phone and post or do whatever you want to do. So now everybody will be happy. Thank you. So we'll come back at 4:30.
खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आम प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आम प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आम प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आम प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आम प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आम प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आम प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित लड़ू आम हूँ जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आम प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित लड़ू आम हूँ जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण को जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आम प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित लड़ू आम हूँ जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे। खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हित रे जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे खबर जहाँ सीधा जोड़े आपण को आम साथी जहाँ आपण जीवन उपरे पकाए प्रभाव खबर से छवि जहाँ बिना बदलाई बिना डरी सत्यर स्लोगान नहीं सत्य देखा आमे प्रतिश्रुतिबद्ध जनता साथी रही जनता हित पाई लड़ू आमे आमे होचु जनता टीवी भारत जनता साथी रे जनता हितरे
recapping everything. You know about your interest, you know how to make a team. We talk about identification of worth solving problem in the morning. Okay, then we had a session with Sheikh sir. He mentioned about customer segmentation and niche and market size. So remember, identification of customer segment is very important. Once you have identified your customer segment, then you will go for market size estimation. Because how you will know your total addressable market if you don't know about your customer segment? How many people here sitting here say that everyone is going to be their customer? Can please raise their hands? How many people in this hall are saying that everyone is going to be their customers? Everyone. Only 2. Okay. Rest are sure that you have a proper customer segment? Sure? Sir is saying it's dicey. Okay. Let me tell you that. See, we are not businessmen who have a big empire and we can just try an idea and if it will fail, it's okay. Chalega. Kuch aur try karte hain. We are starting a startup with a limited resources. We cannot afford that risk that we have given our time and effort in making a product or solution and then we are taking it into the market and then we are not able to find customers and it failed. To chalega nahi hota hai, right? So if you will say that everybody is going to be your customer, you are actually attempting a suicide. Everybody cannot be your customer at the initial stage. That can be your dream. That everybody is going to use your product. That can be a dream, but don't go into this way that we will design a product for everyone. You should design the product for your niche or a particular customer segment. Let me ask a question. Suppose I am in a t-shirt printing business, simple idea. I want to start a business where I am printing t-shirts, okay? Now what will be the requirement of an old age person above 55 years from that printed t-shirt? God's picture, loose fitting, comfortable, flexible, cost affordable, long lasting, light in color, family photo can be an option, quality of fabric should be soft, right? Comfortable for the skin, long lasting, okay. Simple and trendy you are saying? No, trendy will not. Maybe his customer is somebody else, like he has simple, right? Okay. Now, what will be the requirement of a college going student from the t-shirt printing business? Stylish, trendy, comfortable. Do you really think so? Okay. Style with comfort, okay. Costly. Brand name होना चाहिए but costly नहीं होना चाहिए. Formal, okay. What about colors? Bright colors, funky colors. And we are talking about printing, printed t-shirt, तो print कैसा होना चाहिए? Should be okay. Now, what will be the expectation of parents of a 5-year-old kid or below that age? Cartoon, soft texture, good fabric quality, vibrant, right? Long lasting for kids? Not required actually. You have not experienced that way, that's why you are saying that. Okay. It will only last for 6 months. Okay. Water resistant. Okay, good. Okay. Now, do you really think so that you are starting a t-shirt printing business with your limited resources? You don't have enough funds, you have limited manpower. Will you be able to satisfy all these kinds of segments at once? Can you now understand that different customer segments have very different requirements? Now if you think that okay, we will fulfill the requirement of all the customer segments, you will be able to do justice with your own product. आप कितना दिमाग लगाओगे? इसके लिए भी बना देते हैं, इसके लिए भी बना देते हैं. This segment will like something else, this segment will like something else. Not possible. So can you now realize the importance of segmentation of your customer? Once let's say you start with the college students, you have established your brand in that particular segment. Later on you can move on to the other segment. So gradually you can develop your brand for all the segments, and then you can live your dream like everybody is going to be your customer, but not initially. So that was just one example. When we talk about customer segmentation, there can be multiple things. I was listening to your answer, so that's why I interrupted that. For pet care, first segmentation is geography. You cannot run that business online, right? Now there can be different segmentation, like people living in 2-tier cities, 3-tier cities, urban people living in posh area of your city, income group. Everybody has different tastes. I will go to the market, I will search for a t-shirt within 500. Somebody will go, they will look for 2000 costing t-shirts because they are very much interested in the brand name. So you need to, that's why we again and again say that you need to understand your customer, and to understand your customer you need to understand the segment first. So once you have your clear idea of the segment, then you will be able to understand your segment. It is very much required. Coming to the niche part, niche is a smaller resegmented part of your customer segment, nothing else. So if I am saying that I am selling gardening equipments, so my segment is people who love to do gardening. Now gardening equipments will not be taken by the people who are having farmhouses, because somebody else is working there. So the equipments will be very much different. So maybe I will be targeting people who have balcony gardens or small gardens. Now if I will say that I am making gardening equipments for left-handed people, that is a niche. From the segment I have again resegmented it, and I have taken out a smaller segment with a very specific requirement. But mind it that when you are identifying your niche, it should not be too small that you are struggling to get the proper market size. Itna narrow kar diya aapne that you are not able to get customers. That should be there in your mind. Okay, so I hope customer segment part is clear to everyone. And the niche, I listen to somebody also, like when you are talking about niche, you are explaining the solution. We are so much in hurry, like let me come to the solution. मैंने क्या सोचा वो मैं पहले बता देता हूँ, बाद में देखेंगे niche क्या है. Niche is only one line answer, that this is the segmentation and this particular category of people are going to be my customers, these are my niche. That's it. Okay. So now with your current ideas on which right now you are working, not the morning ones, the real ideas which you are going to pitch, how would you rate you on this scale? Do you know your customers? How many people say yes, we know our customers? 5 out of 5. Last rows please. Very few. 4, 5, may please down your hands. 4, 1, Good. I am happy with the honest reply that you don't know your customers. So you need to know your customers, segment it, understand about their requirements. Now we'll talk about the topic that is customer persona. So we are going in a flow minded. If you have any questions related to any topics till now which we have covered till now, you can ask, and then we'll move on to the next topic tomorrow. Customer persona is about your dream customer. Very easy activity and very simple thing we have kept for the last session. Actually, you are giving a picture to your customer, and it is only possible when you have identified your customer segment. So customer segment is, I am explaining that my customer will be in the age group of 25 to 30, IT professional, having long working hours, all the time sitting on the chair. This is like I am explaining my segment. Now when I'll give that explanation a picture, that is your customer persona. When I am saying a picture, when you will describe individual person having all those characteristics your dream customer will have, that is persona. You are sketching a pictorial presentation of your customer with a picture, real picture, with the name, age of that person, occupation, city in which that person is living, what is his day-to-day life, what are the frustrations, what are the goals. All those together will create the customer persona. And of course you will be able to make that in detail only if you have all the details of your customer, right? So this is what I was explaining, that you should have a picture, name, age, occupation, goals, frustrations, personality traits, brand that person is already using. Like if I talk about coffee drinker, so coffee lovers, they may be using many brands. So you need to have that understanding also, that what are the brands they are already using, so that you can just compare your product with those brands. You can also understand what is the paying capacity of your customer by looking at the brands he is already using. If you are going into the field of perfumes, you should know that what type of perfumes your customer is already using. You will understand the paying capacity. And what are the other ways how this segmentation will help you? What do you think? One is that you will be able to design the solution effectively. What are the other things? How defining your customer will help you? Advertising, very good. Empathizing more clearly, because you know your group, you will talk to them frequently, you will understand their requirements. Reducing time for the solution. Targeting the region, current region. Correct reason, right. Yeah, we are talking about target segment only. So how this target segment will help you? That's the thing we are studying from yesterday only. To improve your idea, you need to understand your customer, right? To build the trust between customer. Right. Very good. Okay, suitable name, a brand name, logo and experience. That's the thing, sir, we are discussing since yesterday, right? So to understand the problem. So we need to understand customer. Now I am specifically talking about the segment. What about pricing? Pricing of your product. So you know there are different economical class, and you know when you will understand your customer segment, you will understand paying capacity, kitna pay kar sakte hain, which class you are targeting. Accordingly you will give the features in your product. Accordingly you will decide the pricing. Advertising, what type of advertising campaign you will create which will attract that particular class of customers, how you will launch your new product, what will be the structure of your launching event. Suppose you are planning to keep your product in some outlets, so which type of outlets you will choose to keep your product, in the mall or in a kirana shop. So many things will be, no, why no ma'am, kirana shop pe bhi rakh sakte hain, that's also a place, right? So I mean, you need to understand what type of people are visiting shopping malls, what type of people are frequently visiting kirana shop. You need to decide according to your product and your segment where you are going to keep that. And pricing is also important. So various things are depending on identification of your customer segment. And when we say, when I am saying goals and motivations, what is the meaning of goals? I am saying define the goals of your customer. Define the frustration of your customer in the persona. तो frustration कैसे define करोगे? कोई भी कुछ भी frustration लेके बैठा होगा, job नहीं मिल रही है, that is my frustration. Will you define that frustration in your customer persona? Exactly, the frustrations should be defined with respect to the product, not with respect to their life. Okay, उनके life में क्या frustrations है, उसका solution हम नहीं दे सकते. So when you are defining the frustrations in customer persona, you will be defining the frustrations related to the product. When we are talking about goals in the customer persona, we are talking about defining the goals related to the product. Not related to their life कि मुझे पढ़ के बहुत अच्छी जॉब लेनी है और मुझे I have to establish my startup and all. Not related to that. Okay. And okay, we all know about B2C and B2C, B2B and B2C. How many of you don't know B2B and B2C? Don't know? Yeah, please don't hesitate. It's okay. Yeah. So B2B is business to business. You are a business, you are making a product, you are an entrepreneur, you are a business, you are selling your product to another business, like an institute, an organization, some company. So you are not selling it to an individual person, you are selling it to an institute, an organization. That is B2B. And B2C is business to customer. You are directly selling it to the customer. So right now I discussed the persona, explanation was for B2C. What in case of B2B? If you are making a product which you are going to sell in a hospital, that is a B2B thing, right? If you are going to sell your product to a university, that is B2B. So in that case, how you will define the persona? You have to identify the key decision maker in that organization. Who is the key decision maker who will decide whether to buy your product or not to buy your product. So you will sketch the customer persona for that key decision maker. He is very, so if you are working on a technology and you want to sell it to university, you can identify the key decision maker. You can see that somebody is very active in LinkedIn, he is very much into technology. So you can define the personality traits of a key decision maker. Okay, is this clear to everyone? B2C, B2B, customer persona, why it is required, what is the meaning of niche? Clear to everyone? Sure? Okay, and before showing this persona, let me ask you, like you are in trouble, looking for the problems and problems. Few people ask how to identify a problem and all. Let me give you a very simple example. Honey मिलता है मार्केट में, सबको पता है, राइट? कौन कौन सी कंपनीज प्रोवाइड करती हैं? डाबर, पतंजलि, ऑर्गेनिक इंडिया, हिमालय शायद, राइट? किस तरह की बॉटल पैकेजिंग होती है? ट्रांसपेरेंट ग्लास बॉटल, प्लास्टिक भी होती है, राइट. And some people are health conscious, they prefer to avoid sugar and they instead try to take honey in place of sugar, let's say, right? We have some health conscious people, okay. Now that person is traveling somewhere, is it easy for that person to carry that bottle with a spoon? And if I want to use it in my tea, I have to open the bottle, उसमें से spoon से लेके लेना, and then फिर spoon का क्या करेंगे? उसको रखना वॉश करके. इट्स नॉट इजी टू यूज. सो व्हाट वी डू, वी अवॉइड, कि कुछ दिन की बातें छोड़ देते हैं, राइट. सो इट्स नॉट इजी टू यूज. एग्रीड. नाउ सर्च ऑन गूगल अबाउट हनी ट्विग्स. हनी ट्विग्स, हनी ट्विग्स, TWIG. वी से ना दैट अभी तो इतना एडवांस हो गया, कोई प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है दुनिया में. प्रॉब्लम कहाँ से लाएं? इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू सर्च फॉर अ प्रॉब्लम. मिलती ही नहीं है, कुछ प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है दुनिया में. हैव यू सर्च अबाउट हनी ट्विग्स? बट व्हाट इज द पैकेजिंग? सैशे है, ट्यूब में है, ट्यूब टाइप में है ना. So that's the solution for the problem right now which we are discussing. We avoid carrying that bottle and the spoon, and it's very difficult to use. So they provided it in the sachet form. You just need to उसको use करना and throw करना है. That's it. No wastage and very easy to use. So now you can understand that identifying problem is not difficult. You need that mindset. कि हमने किसी को देखा स्ट्रगल करते हुए and we understood that yes, it is a problem. Can we solve that? Now somebody said it's of 180. So maybe they are targeting a different set of customer segment who can pay 180. Right? And they have started selling it to B2B also, like in airlines. So if somebody is asking for any other option for sugar, they are providing it to the airlines also. So they will provide just the sachet, one sachet. Airlines आपको bottle थोड़ी देगा लाके honey का for one time use. Okay, so it's not difficult. I took this example to tell you that it's not difficult to identify problem. अभी भी बहुत सारी problems है which has not been solved. बट हमें लगता है टेक्नोलॉजी इतना एडवांस हो गया है, दुनिया में कोई प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं बचा है और सब प्रॉब्लम AI/ML से ही सॉल्व होगी. हाउ मेनी कंप्यूटर साइंस इंजीनियरिंग स्टूडेंट्स आर देयर? रोबोटिक्स, AI/ML के अलावा सॉल्यूशन ही नहीं बचा है दुनिया में. ऐसे ही लगता है नहीं? तो थिंक कभी कभी तो हम क्या सोचते हैं कि स्टार्टअप करना है तो कुछ नया होना चाहिए, समथिंग न्यू शुड बी देयर. और न्यू में हम जब सर्च करते हैं